Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April 14th meeting of the State Board of Education. We're glad that you're here. We want to begin this morning with a moment of silence, and as you reflect this morning, think about our teachers and our students that are winding down the school year. This is the I don't know if it's the most difficult part of the year, but it's a hard part of the year, getting those last few weeks in when everybody gets tired. And so remember them this morning as you reflect. Thank you. We're going to begin with our favorite part of the day, is when we get to make some recognitions and do some resolutions. And so the first one, Mr. Carmenar, you are up first with Month of the Military Child and some spouse recognitions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here as the Military and Veterans Liaison for the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, but also as the Chair of the Arkansas Council for Military Children. And I'm joined by 3 members of that council, whom I'll introduce in turn and ask them to make some presentations to the board. I would like to begin with Ms. Jessica Salm. Ms. Salm is the 2022 Arkansas Teacher of the Year. She is a military spouse, a special education teacher in the Cabot School District, and serves as a special advisor to the council. Ms. Alma, if you would, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see everyone. April of each year is recognized by the United States Department of Defense and by state governments as the month of the military child. The Arkansas State Board of Education annually adopts a resolution recognizing Month of the Military Child and honoring the children of military families. I would like to read the resolution and present it for board approval. Whereas more than 13,000 Arkansans exhibit profound courage and selflessness by serving in the armed forces, and whereas more than 6,100 military children attend public school in the state of Arkansas, and whereas military families live and work in every county in the state of Arkansas, and whereas military children face unique challenges related to military transitions and parental deployments, and whereas the military children and their families serve as an essential source of support and encouragement for armed force service members, and whereas military children should be acknowledged for the sacrifices they make and celebrated for the courage they display as the children of our nation's armed forces service members, and whereas the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, of which Arkansas is a proud member, the Department of Defense, and various other organizations nationwide recognize April as the month of the military child. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes and salutes military children by recognizing the month of April 2022 as the month of the military child and April 22nd, 2022 as Purple Up Day.
Thank you. We would like to have a motion to adopt the resolution. Okay. A motion by Ms. McFetcher, seconded by Ms. Sutton. Mr. Sutton, sorry. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It's our pleasure to adopt that, and very well deserved.
Then, Madam Chair, if we could go on with the next resolution, I'd like to introduce Ms. Andolyn Wright, who serves as Vice Chair of the Arkansas Council for Military Children. Ms. Wright is the Soldier and Family Readiness Specialist at Fort Chaffee and represents the Ebbing Air National Guard Station on the Council, and she will now present a resolution. Ms. Wright, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May of each year is recognized by the United States Department of Defense and by state governments as Military Spouse Appreciation Month. The Arkansas State Board of Education is requested to adopt a resolution recognizing Military Spouse Appreciation Month and honoring military spouses. I will now read the resolution for the board's approval. Whereas the month of May marks National Military Spouse Appreciation Month, and whereas military spouses provide vital support to men and women in the armed forces and help to make their service to the armed forces possible, whereas military spouses have been separated from their loved ones because of deployment and support of military missions carried out by the armed forces, whereas the recognition of Military Spouse Appreciation Month would be an appropriate way to honor the spouses of members of the armed forces, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education honors and recognizes the contributions made by spouses of members of the armed forces. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes and salutes the military spouses and recognizes the month of May 2022 as Military Spouse Appreciation Month.
Yes. Do we have a motion to adopt? I think it's almost unanimous. Let's go with Mr. Sutton and Dr. Rankin. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion adopted. And we want to thank y'all so much because we know that not just the one person serves, the whole family serves, and we are very appreciative of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wright. And one final presentation, if I may, Madam Chair. I'd like to recognize Dr. Janice Walker. Dr. Walker is the Assistant Superintendent for the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District, which she represents on the council. She chairs the awards committee for that council. And I would like to point out that I also know Dr. Walker as Command Sergeant Major Walker from our service together some years ago in the Army Reserve. I could share some stories about what I have seen her do when she was wearing camouflage instead of a suit. So Dr. Walker, if you would, please.
Thank you, sir, and good morning.
Good morning.
Under the authority of the Arkansas Code, Title VI, Chapter 28, the Arkansas Council for Military Children created in 2021 an award to recognize private citizens who have rendered significant service to military families. And the Arkansas Council for Military Children is presenting the Arkansas Award for Outstanding Service to Military Families for the very first time. So it is my privilege at this time to present the very first certificate of appreciation for outstanding service to military families in Arkansas to Colonel Donald Dunn Berry. And I'm not sure if he is here.
I believe that he was unable to join us. We wanted to make the recognition anyway.
Yes.
I think there is no denying that Colonel Berry has rendered some significant service to military families in Arkansas. Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank these three council members
Yes.
for their service and assistance. And if there is nothing else for us, we will get back to what we do for the kids.
We want to take some pictures before you leave.
Saul, if we could get you with that's you.
Okay.
Our next one is Designated Master Principal Awards. That's you. Okay, come on up. All right. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Dondi Freisinger, and I'm the director of the Master Principal Program for the Arkansas Leadership Academy. And this is Cindy Dewey. Cindy is a retired and very happy person. She was a principal in the Bentonville School District for several years, and then went on to be designated in 2016. Cindy also served as the site team leader during our visit to our applicants' school. Okay. I want to thank you for allowing us to be on your agenda. I know you guys always have a really full agenda. I also want to thank the state board and the legislators for allowing us to do this great work that we're able to do with the Master Principal Program. This year, we changed the designation process into 3 parts. The first part being student performance, and so those who wanted to apply would submit their student data, and so that was taken a look at, as well as a narrative to go along with that. Anyone that passed on to that went to the principal performance, where they wrote to prompts that were associated with the ALA rubric. A team came in and scored that. If they passed that, then we made a 3-day visit to their school, and we talked to everyone from their students, parents, community, superintendent's office, gathering evidence of, okay, this is what you told us was happening in your school, can we find it? And so we did. At this time, Cindy is going to highlight a few things about what we saw when we visited Bonnie Grimes Elementary, where the principal is Susan Bush.
I must tell you, it was an honor being asked to head that team that went in there, because as I read Susan's school story, I thought, this is a place I'd like to visit. And when Dondi called and asked me if I would do that, I jumped on the opportunity. And what I saw and the team saw was phenomenal work being done in that school. I highly recommend you go visit. The school culture hits you in the face when you walk into the building. Actually, it starts in the parking lot with people unloading cars. But we visit with everyone. We visit with cafeteria. We visit with classified, certified students. The whole school is all about student learning and the well-being of students. Everyone is involved in that. And we visited PLCs. These are teacher-led PLCs. They are most effective PLCs. Susan's scores have great growth because of these PLCs. The students themselves are owners of their learning. They understand where they are and what they need to do to get to the next step. They have their goals. They have their data notebooks. They know what they're doing. And everything that I saw as a master principal myself, the Arkansas Leadership Rubric rings true throughout that building. And that's quite the rubric, if you've ever looked at it. And you see it everywhere, and they're going to scale with it. So we were most impressed. And again, I was so happy to be part of it. Susan's doing a great job.
All right.
So it is at this time, it's my great honor on behalf of the Arkansas Leadership Academy to present Susan Bush, Bonnie Grimes Principal in the Rogers School District, as a designated master principal. Susan?
Thank you for letting me be here today. It's an honor to be here and accept this award for my staff and students at Bonnie Grimes. Anybody knows about this process knows it's a lot of work and it takes a lot of people to make this happen. And so I just want to thank a few of those. Our staff, as you've already heard from Cindy, is extraordinary. They go above and beyond every day to improve teaching and learning in our school for our students. We have the very best students and parents who value education. We have outside support from our district leadership, to a vast number of business partners and churches that support us and help us make meaningful education experiences for our kids. And I personally want to thank my family. This job is hard, as you probably know, and I get lots of support at home so I can do what I need to at school. I want to promote the Master Principal Program. This was a game changer for me. The professional development I received, those 3, it was really 4 years because of COVID, but 4 years really helped me be an effective leader. And the result is we have improve student achievement in our schools. So I hope this program is around for a long time for many other principals like me to go through the program and have an effective school. Thank you.
Thank you. We're,
And Mark Bush,
Mike,
Mike, oh,
I have a different husband.
well, anyone, I don't know. Mike is here joining her, appreciate that. Her superintendent, Dr. Berry, has also joined her today. And from the Leadership Academy, Ken Rich wasn't here. Oh, Ken, this is Carrie White, as you all probably know, is our director of the ALA. And then Brandy Baldwin from Editas, also a team person for us that's joined us today. So we're glad to have them all here. And once again, thank you for letting us be on your team.
we want to say congratulations, Ms. Bush. You know, the things that you're doing for your students, you know, this is a great award, but the things that you're doing for your students, that's the true award. So we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And we're going to go get a picture, but I just want to point out, if you pull up Bonnie Grimes Elementary for the 2021 school year in the middle of COVID, their added value added growth score is 84.2.
Wow.
Very strong.
I need to point out that the poverty and ESOL levels are really high too. I know when you hear Rogers, you think, but it's our poverty level is 77% last year, and then ESOL we have 65% Hispanic, and so our ESOL levels are about 50%. So
Wow.
it's
That's
important to add
amazing.
that to the value.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Doing great.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 4. Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's a great way to start our day today, and very exciting to see the positive things that are going on in district, so thank you. All right. Are there any changes to the agenda this morning? Okay, none. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. Does any board member have something you would like to discuss or pull on the consent agenda? No? Okay. Then we need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Okay, and we have a motion by Mr. Sutton,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Ms. Newton, there was an agenda change.
Okay,
I believe Ms. Wendell sent it out to everyone that Osceola has
Yes.
requested to pull
yes,
Act 1240 waiver on VI.2.D,
yes.
and they're asking to add instead a standards for accreditation waiver for 2021, this school year, 2021, 2022.
So still the Osceola district, but it's just a standards waiver instead of a 1240.
Yes, just a one-year standards waiver instead of a 1240. And we can present it at whenever you get to those sections.
Okay, all right. So there was a change in the, do we need to adopt that? Okay, we need a motion to hear that change to the agenda.
Do a motion.
Okay, motion by Dr. Moore to accept that change. We have a seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. So now we are ready for the action agenda. Dr. Pfeffer, you're going to do our standards for accreditation waivers.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
And if on your agenda there you have a document, I don't know if Dan wants to display it or not, if that would be helpful. So we put this document together because there are several waiver requests on this month's agenda. There'll be some next month as well. And at different times of the year, you may see different types of waiver requests. And I know those can be confusing, and you all have asked us to help provide, some more guidance and some recommendations around when these waiver requests come in. So we worked on this. In this document, we may want to adjust it a little bit, but hopefully you got to look at it for a little bit, and if you're giving me a nod that you think it is helpful, it's at least a helpful start. I think it's going to be helpful for us as well. One of the main things that I realized as we put this together, when you look at the Act 1240, those rules were updated July 6th of 2020. Okay, so if we go back to July 6th of 2020, Act 1240 rules were updated, but what was going on July 6th of 2020? We were coming to you and asking you basically for Act 1240 waivers for all districts in the state to have the flexibility that was needed at that time. And so we weren't going through these rules and having the questions and the situations in districts that we're seeing now. And so I think some of the questions that have come up and some of the struggles we've had with trying to think through, we are just now getting back to, hey, we have these rules in place, and these rules were updated in July of 2020 because these were the situations we were running into. So in kind of thinking through today, the difference between standards for accreditation and 1240, there's a little bit of distinction there. So a 1-year waiver from the standards for accreditation is within your purview. Those waivers can be granted at the request of a district. The board can choose to grant waivers from a standard for 1 school year. But it only relies on those standards, those requirements that have been set forth in rule by the board as part of those minimum expectations or minimum things that we require of schools. So some of those examples in the past you've seen might be for class size, might be for the 178 days of student-teacher interaction. There have probably been a few other cases in the past, and so when you're thinking about that, when you're thinking about, okay, should we grant a waiver for a district, the purpose of granting that waiver is so that the district would not have a citation or probationary violation from the standard. And so, when you're thinking about that, you're going to want to consider whether or not the district has looked at other viable options. Were there other things that they could do? You're probably going to want to think about what actions did the district take prior to coming to you to request the waiver from standard, and have they been proactive in trying to meet the needs of students? Because that's really the bottom line in your decision. Are student needs still being met when you are thinking about those types of waivers to be granted? The Act 1240 are a little bit different. Those waivers can be requested for not only waivers from standards for accreditation, but those could also be waiving other laws and rules related to education. Something I think is really important, though, is to go back and look at the rules that if the waiver is being requested just to avoid a standard violation, Act 1240 is not the appropriate route to go. Districts should be asking for 1240 waivers when they are wanting to enhance student learning opportunities, when they're wanting to promote innovation, or if they're implementing strategies to increase equitable access to effective teachers. So those 3 things are lifted directly out of the Act 1240 rules. And so what we would expect and what we're going to be working on going forward is even updating the application so that it's really clear which one of those 3 things is the district trying to do with their Act 1240 waiver request, and then we're going to want to see that justification supports that. So in the future, you know, if you're seeing that a district needs a waiver from licensure, we want to make sure that it's not to avoid a standards for accreditation violation, but if they need that waiver from licensure, and it may be because they can't, they don't have the pipeline of teachers that they need at the time, we want to see though that they're either promoting an innovative way to grow their own teachers, or maybe they're really rethinking about how to utilize staff differently, but still provide those opportunities for students. And so our team is going to be really working on how do we strengthen that process, that communication, and how do we help make sure that when we bring you information, you feel very comfortable in making your decisions. So those were some of the distinctions we wanted to provide to you as you're thinking about that today. I think on the back of this page, we go through those licensure exceptions, and I think sometimes we may not always fully investigate whether or not those options have been exhausted when districts are asking for certain types of waivers, and those are things that we can help them with. So I'll pause there before we go on to the actual agenda items, but we may try to refer back to this document and back to some of these questions as we're thinking about making those decisions. Okay.
Can I ask a question? So I just want to make sure I understand. So licensure is or is not a part of the standards of accreditation?
So there is a standard, or there are standards in the standards for accreditation around licensure of teachers and principals. The way they're broken out in the standards, there are different standards for licensure of classroom teachers, licensure of library media specialists, guidance counselors. So that was something else that we noticed in the standards. It's very clearly broken out, but sometimes if you have a waiver under Act 1240 from teacher licensure, you may not have a waiver from the standard though for a guidance counselor or a library media specialist, and that's the situation we'll talk about with Osceola. So it's helping us to consider some different things.
This is very helpful. So this is perfect. So I appreciate that.
And anything we think of that we need to add here, examples or considerations, I think that would be beneficial for us as well. So I'll gladly take that feedback.
I did just further clarification. When a district is coming for a standards of accreditation waiver, if we don't grant that waiver, there are consequences for the district typically. What is that? What are those consequences?
So I'll attempt to answer, and Ms. Kaufman or Ms. Freno may want to jump in. So within the standards for accreditation, and each standard denotes whether or not it could result in a school or district citation or a probation as far as their standards for accreditation. There are different ways that would be addressed. One would be a corrective plan of action. A lot of times, if a district hasn't met a standard for a current school year, we know that they've already got it addressed for the next school year. And so therefore, even if it was a citation, you know, it would be very easily to note that they already have the situation corrected going forward. One thing, and I remember being in a school district, one of our primary responsibilities as principals was making sure that we weren't putting our superintendent in a situation where our school was going to cause a violation of the standards for accreditation. That was just something, you know, we were always tasked to work through. And likewise, superintendents, responsibility to their boards, you don't want a probationary violation or a citation for missing something. However, sometimes even under the best circumstances, things do happen. And the hard part with us doing waivers, and especially what we found with Act 1240 waivers, is sometimes it's masking a district's inability to meet standards. And so then we don't know and understand the level of issue that districts across the state may be having. So, for example, we know districts struggle with having teachers who are fully licensed in certain areas, but what we don't always know is how severe is it and how many districts really are not able to staff with licensed library media specialists or counselors or some of these other positions. And so it really is kind of a catch-22 for us sometimes, because we don't want a district necessarily to feel penalized, even when they've done the very best they can. But then sometimes not having that information masks a much bigger problem. And that's what makes this so challenging.
Any other questions? Okay. Our Okay. Our first item is the Fortis School District Standards for Accreditation Waiver. Mr. Sutherland.
So Matthew Sutherland, Standards and System Support Charter. Fortis School District is requesting a one-year waiver of the Standards for Accreditation for 2G1, which requires each public school district shall provide gifted and talented services in accordance with the laws of the state of Arkansas and the rules of the division. The GT teacher actually resigned effective 12/31/2021, and so students have been reassigned to other classes for the second semester only, and a certified replacement has been hired for the 2022-2023 school year.
So these students are not receiving GT services for the second semester?
So there has been correspondence back and forth with the Fortis School District, and I believe Dr. Hubble is on.
Yes, I see Dr. Hubble.
Yes.
Welcome, Dr. Hubble.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Yes, if you will allow me, I want to kind of just run through a timeline and some things that we've been trying to do. As Mr. Sutherland stated, our GT teacher resigned abruptly at midterm. I tried to talk her into staying till school was out, and it was a hard no. So I got with the co-op, and I'm in the Southeast Co-op at Monticello. The director there was so helpful. She called every retired GT teacher that she knew. I put feelers out with my superintendent friends in that co-op. We just couldn't find anybody in GT. So we thought, okay, we'll try for a long-term sub. And of course, they are supposed to have a college degree. And in Fortis, that's just not going to happen. And we looked high and low. It was kind of an act of desperation when we put the kids in other classes, but we have done some things that we're trying to keep it going as much as we can. We have hired a GT teacher for next year. She's currently one of our math teachers, and I didn't want to move her over with math being a tested area. I felt like I would be swapping the devil for the witch. I wanted to have those kids have continuity of having the same teacher. But we have her in place for next year, and she is fully certified, and she'll do a very good job for us. Our STEM classes have offered some activities for these kids. We have chess put in place there. We have a robotics team that has competed with other schools. And we have a rocket team, which is really popular with the kids and the community. They build a rocket. It has an egg as the payload, and you have to get it up so high, and you have to get it down without the egg being broken. And I was amazed at the community support when we launched the practice run out at the airport. But we're doing some things like that. For the rest of the year, I think I have figured out a solution. Our district testing coordinator has agreed to do an ALP and GT until the end of the year. We're almost through testing, and I think her schedule will be flexible enough that she can do that. She's willing to do it, and she's very good with things like that. You know, I feel like we've done our best, but I also feel like our best has probably not been good enough. We are in grades 4 through 6. We have about 25 kids identified in GT. We're still pulling them out in groups during intervention and enrichment time, and their regular teachers are delivering to them a GT standard lesson. This has created quite a challenge to us, and I just can't tell you how difficult it is to recruit teachers in Dallas County, Arkansas, particularly at midterm, particularly with specialties such as GT. So I guess I'm here to beg your forgiveness.
Well, Dr. Hubble, we appreciate the work that you've done to try to provide services for for these students. So my question for the department, I guess, would be if they've got a teacher that's willing to go on ALP, do they need the waiver?
Well, I think the issue is that to be on an ALP, then you've got to have the person enrolling in courses in a university. So the ALP really can't begin until fall. So that would be the issue with trying to get someone on ALP at this time. Dr. Crystal Nail is here and can talk about the supports that maybe could be put in place for the remainder of the year as far as providing support for the teachers who are doing enrichment. We could, the co-op could possibly be tapped into. Some of our staff here maybe, could help with some of that support for the remainder of the year. But the ALP is probably not going to be the viable option at this point. The great news is that they do have someone who's fully certified to begin the year next year. So, I think that shows that they were proactive in really finding somebody and taking this type of position seriously. And putting people on ALPs for the future could be a way to invest in them and provide them with opportunities to enhance their license and future career options in the future. So I wouldn't necessarily, not do the ALP, but just realizing that, an ALP wouldn't be in effect until next year.
Okay.
But Dr. Nail, if she may be
Yes, Dr. Nail's been very helpful to me, and I appreciate everything she's done.
Good.
Hi, so good morning. Crystal Nail, Director of Office of Gifted Talent and Advanced Placement here at DESE. So as we think about the situation with Fortis, there's actually several other options that I could suggest as ways that they could meet the requirements for GT. So one of them being with them having a certified GT person currently on staff. I understand not wanting to pull that teacher from her math teaching assignment. That's an important task too. But she does have a prep period, and so one option could be to pay her for that prep period to serve as GT coordinator. And they could also look at services that they provide to meet those requirements for service for GT. And there are ways that they could possibly restructure some of those services, especially at the 4th, 6th grade level, to make sure that they are providing something that would be in accordance with requirements from our standards. So there's some flexibility there that I could also share more details around how they could do that. A stipend could also be an option for this math teacher that does have the GT certification, and so she could help support with that. They also have a GT specialist that Dr. Hubble referenced just a bit that is at their co-op in Southeast, and so that GT specialist is a GT certified person, and their role is to help support their districts in providing those services to gifted kids. And so she could also be a resource that they could lean into to help with providing some of those services and help with managing all of the pieces of the coordination of the program. So those are just a couple of other suggestions of ways that they could make sure that they are meeting those requirements.
So what is the department's recommendation? I guess that's our question.
And I wish this one wasn't first, because I think when you look at the considerations, they have been proactive in trying to fill the need for the person to have the certification moving forward. They were proactive in acknowledging that students still need those enrichment activities, and so I did get to hear Dr. Hubble describe those enrichment activities today. If we had known a little bit sooner about the issue, we could have made sure that then the support from the GT certified person could have been there. So I don't know that we have a strong recommendation, but we would acknowledge some of those things that have taken place. And I would also say now, Secretary Key may be ready to throw stuff at me. And we are done blaming COVID for things, and we know we've got to get to that point. But I also know too that just the updates to both the standards for accreditation and Act 1240 rules took place in the summer of 2020, and we've not brought those back out to our staff, our superintendents, to you all in such a way that makes it easy for us to just really come out and say, if you weren't doing it, then we're going to really go back to these standards. So I think, Secretary Key, do you have any comments there?
since I've been here, y'all know that my admonishment and encouragement to our staff and our team is to help solve problems. You know, we don't look first to enforce compliance, and I'm glad Dr. Pfeffer mentioned, you know, the timing of when these rules. Y'all asked for these 1240 rules. Y'all asked for clarification on a number of things, and at the time we were doing that was right at the time that we were having to go into emergency mode. So as we're coming out of emergency mode, you know, while it's, I could say on a situation like Fortis, we don't, we may not have a strong recommendation, but we also, I think our comfort level with what they're asking for is we're okay there with that. I mean, at least I am, and I think the team is as well. They've not been trying to hide anything or anything like that. So I think that's where they've been trying to find solutions to this issue, and it's been difficult. As we move forward, you know, we're gonna have to get back to, we have standards for a reason. If the standards are not, if they don't mean anything, as we are not in an emergency anymore, then we need to look at, you know, do we need to keep them and have that conversation with the governor's office, with the legislature. But I think for right now, the situation that Fortis finds himself in, we know moving forward they have a solution, and there really is no reason for them to come back to the state board later with some type of you know, bad mark against their standards. So I guess that's a long way of saying we don't really have a recommendation, but we feel okay about where they are.
Okay, all right. Are there any questions or discussion from the board? Okay, do we have a motion?
I will move to approve the waiver.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rankin to approve the waiver.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hubble, for being with us this morning, and thank you for actually going above and making sure that your students were still served during a time of just crisis. So thank you for what you've done.
Well, thank you, Ms. Newton, for hearing my case. I appreciate Secretary Key, Dr. Pfeffer, and Crystal Nail has helped me tremendously, and I appreciate all the support I've received.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, up next is the Farmington School District.
So Matthew Sutherland, Coordinator for Standards and System Support Charter. Farmington School District is requesting a waiver of 1A41. Each public school district shall provide a minimum of 178 days of student-teacher interaction for Rangel G. Lynch Middle School and Farmington Junior High School. The reason for this waiver request is that both campuses have used 2 AMI days over the allotted 10 days due to unexpected modifications related to COVID and inclement weather. And the district has provided documentation to demonstrate how the two schools are addressing learning loss. And I believe Mr. LaFoon is on. There he is.
Good morning. Welcome. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Don't you love that?
Uh-huh.
It always, right? Well, good morning, guys. I'm John LaFoon, and Dr. Joe McClung is here with me as well, our Assistant Superintendent over Curriculum. First, good morning to all you guys, and we appreciate you having us here today. We're going to share some information on our waiver request. But first, I want to thank Dr. Pfeffer personally. She took a call from me when we got into some issues with COVID and days. And then we got ice and snow, and then Matthew and the whole DESE team were very, very supportive for us. And so we're here today to seek a waiver of 1-A 4.1 for 2 campuses, and Dr. McClung will get into the specific details with you, but we submitted a lot of information. Also, so I want to thank our staff. They were amazing in showing up to meet the mission. when we had a huge problem with COVID in early January, and we'll give you some of that data. But our mission is to make a positive impact on our students' educational experience, every student, every day. And our staff did that on the days that we had to modify instruction. The staff that was classified and didn't have a specific assignment volunteered, and we sent them to our high school and to our elementary schools to sub and keep our buildings running. So we really did everything we could to stay on campus. And so as we get into our presentation, we'll give you the data and some documentation, but I also want to thank the Arkansas Department of Health, because through this, we were able to consult with them. Dr. Britt and the Department of Health doctors were very helpful in helping us track our data and establish patterns. And, it's just been a challenging year for us, but I feel 100% confident that we went above and beyond with our modifications to our on-site instruction. Dr. McClung?
Hi, good morning. As Mr. LaFoon said, we made every effort we could to stay on campus, and I'll kind of go over some of that information with you as well. First of all are the actual AMI days that we utilized. We have them all listed out through here. Also indicated over to the right are the days that were absences related to COVID, and then also absences related to inclement weather. As previously stated by Dr. Sutherland, our AMI days, we went 2 over our allotted 10 for 2 campuses, Randall G. Lynch Middle School and Farmington Junior High School. Our remaining 3 campuses in Farmington School District used a total of 9 AMI days, all related. And as I said before, you can see over to the right which days are noted as being days that only the middle school and the junior high took for AMI. As for our actual request, and the reason why there's a discrepancy within those days is kind of what Mr. LaFoon spoke to a second ago. During the surge that we saw in January with COVID, we made the decision based on our data and after consultation with DESE and also with the Department of Health to go ahead and pivot 2 of our 5 campuses, being the middle school and the junior high. The reason for this was because twofold. One was the amount of transmission and spread that we were seeing within those campuses. Of our total 303 cases in the district, positive cases and close contacts, well over a third, well over half, I should say, were contributed to those 2 campuses. The other side of that too were staff absences related to COVID. As you can see here, the absences themselves, in addition to actually being high for each one of those campuses, we also had a hard time finding substitute teachers. Both of those days on January 10th and 11th, these were the days leading up to the decision to pivot to virtual. We were running at a 55% fill rate on the 10th and then a 62.5% fill rate on January 11th. So we tried to make every measure we could to make sure that we had classes covered and we had teachers in those rooms. But it got to the point where we had to make the decision. So as I stated before, the decision was to pivot virtually for just 2 campuses. We felt like we could maintain the other 3 and continue instruction on site while we pivoted virtually for those other 2. Some of the modifications made at those 2 campuses specifically. Instruction is delivered at middle school through Google Classroom and also a variety of other technology tools. They would meet daily using Google Meets and also Zoom. For the January 12th through the 14th days that we just spoke about, since we had certified staff pivoted virtually, we utilized our classified staff to help cover classes at the other campuses that were still on site. So that was a big help to those buildings, and it was great work by the administration at Randall G. Lynch to make sure that we could contribute, or that they could contribute to keeping everybody else on site, even though they were pivoted virtually. For AMI days 11 and 12, those are the days over our allotted. The attendance rates were 88% and 95% respectively. We also made efforts to make sure that students with limited or no internet access had those through utilization of hotspots. And then we also maintained our food services during those days to make sure students were fed for breakfast and lunch as well. And then lastly, Farmington Junior High modifications, very similar to the middle school, instruction delivered virtually through Google Classroom, and also through a variety of technology tools, video conferencing, email communication, just making sure that our teachers were staying in touch with our students during those days. On AMI days 11 and 12, They had 94%, 97% attendance rates respectively, and those attendance rates for both the campuses were tracked based on completed work. And I should also add too, in there, they made sure to have some flexibility there to make sure the students did have the work. So even if they didn't get it turned in that very day, they worked with the students, worked with families to make sure that that work was tracked down and turned in to the best that they could. Again, providing internet to students that couldn't through hotspots and providing food services during those days when we had to modify instruction. And examples of both those lessons are included within your information for our artifacts, but we'd be glad to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Okay. We'll see if any of the board members have questions for you. Any questions over here? Okay, on my left, anyone? Dr. Moore?
I was just going to remark on such high rates for students to be participating on those AMI days, and thank you for the data that show us everything that was going on. I know that was hard work by your teachers and staff, so thank you all.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Ms. Newton, if I may, I also talked to Mr. LaFoon about this, and I always preface it by saying, I can't say what the board's going to do or how they're going to vote, but I can say that in this case, you think about these two buildings and the unique situations, and to say that for these two buildings, we would require them to run buses, to do all the things that would require operationally to do that. If they didn't have a strong AMI, then it would be very difficult for us not to say, you know what, they probably should have made those days up. But one thing I want to say is that, and make it clear for public or any other school folks listening, y'all have been asked about additional AMI days back at the height of the COVID issues and the weather issues were coming up. We had been asked about it. I want to make sure that I'm clear from the position of the department, where this isn't y'all granting 2 additional AMI days for Farmington. This is waiving the 178, but you can do that based on the information and the data that Farmington has provided of how they ensured instruction was going on for those 2 days. So we do feel comfortable with that, but we also don't want the floodgates to open up to say, well, if we can just go to the board and ask for after the fact additional AMI days. That's not what this is. Our team would not have brought this to me and to y'all if they had any doubts that there was a weakness in their AMI. I think their presentation shows strength and shows what AMI can be, could be, and should be, and so that's why we're comfortable having this come to you and just kind of giving you an explanation of where we are with the request.
Yes, and something else that I think also helps with consistency. These are 2 campuses within a district. So this isn't the entire district coming and just saying we need these additional days, because if that were the case, we would have said, look, you had snow days, you have makeup days. The reality was they were very targeted in their approach for closing a campus during COVID, and only made those decisions when it was affecting that campus. So, they did what we wanted them to do during COVID, was to take a very targeted approach and keep schools open for in-person learning to the extent possible. So they did that. Then it just came down at the end. Weather, though, doesn't allow you to be targeted in which campuses you have to close. The weather affects all of them. So I think that's another piece of their request that would make it different than if it had been an entire district that used all their days and then just wanted additional days. They could have looked at other options, but this one was a little trickier because it was only 2 campuses.
So it's two out of 5 campuses, if I'm understanding right?
Yes.
Okay.
May I ask you a question? Are there other districts that have also requested this?
I'm not aware of any others.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just have one question for the district. I know you gave us a presentation on your AMI on these two schools on those particular days. Were your AMI days just as in depth and rigorous? That's what I would use the word for all of your campuses on all of your AMI days?
Yes, ma'am. We wanted to give you a kind of a sampling of artifacts for those two specific campuses, but we didn't ask them to do anything out of the ordinary per se. This is pretty well par for the course of how we've conducted those AMI days, and we've communicated that to our leaders that we want to make sure that those days are strong instructional days and not just a virtual day. So.
Well, that's a good thing to hear from our viewpoint, because the danger we see sometimes is it just becomes a day off, and we don't want that. We want instruction to continue, and so I'm pleased to hear that it was just as intense for every day that you had to use an AMI day for every campus. So that's a good thing to hear. Okay. So any other questions or discussion from the board? And I'm sorry, Ms. Dean, I haven't given you an opportunity to ask questions. Do you have questions this morning?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. All right. She is joining us online this morning. Any other discussion? Okay. So I think we're ready for a motion then.
I'll make the motion that we approve the Farmington waiver.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. McFetridge.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. Congratulations to the district, and hope we continue to hear good things from you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Have a good day. All right. So now we're to the Foreman School District.
Yes. So Matthew Sutherland, Coordinator for Standards and System Support Charter. So the Foreman School District is seeking a waiver of the standards for accreditation 1A5 class size. The district is over the maximum allowable limit in second grade by one student. And currently the class has an aide, and a new hire will occur for the 2022-2023 school year.
Okay.
And I believe Foreman is on as well.
Do we have someone from Foreman on the line?
They were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
You want?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sure. We had a third grade ELA teacher resign unexpectedly during the current school year. Considering that we have limited options with our long-term subs being certified or having a degree, we were having multiple substitute teachers in and out, and we were not being able to provide the consistency for our students that we felt they needed for success. We had very small second grade classes, 13 apiece, and so we were requesting that we combine those two classes to have 26 students with our current second grade teacher of record with a full-time paraprofessional who is also an education student.
Okay. All right. We'll see if we have any questions from the board. All right.
I hired a teacher for the following year. She has been hired.
Okay. So you already have a teacher in place for the next year. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Kaufman?
Here for the recommendation.
Okay.
So I think this is one of those examples, if you look at Dr. Pfeffer's document, where it says, has the district been proactive in trying to uphold the standard? And what they've done is make sure the least amount of disruption for students occurs, quality teaching and learning continues, and therefore the assistant, the aide, was put into the classroom to assist with those students that caused that overage. And this is something that just happens to school districts during the year. And as you know, it's very hard to hire a teacher in the middle of the year and split classes or anything like that. It's always better to try to keep the consistency. So we would recommend approval.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, we're ready for a motion then.
I'll move to approve.
You have a motion by Dr. Rankin,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We are, congratulations and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. we're going to move on to the consideration for requests for 1240 waivers. Ms. Freno.
Ms. Newton, there is one more standards for accreditation waiver. It's the one that you all voted
Osceola.
to move Osceola from the
Yes,
Act 1240.
you're right.
If you all want, you can take that up at this time.
Okay, while we're doing those, I think that'd be wise. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do Osceola now.
Okay, Matthew Sutherland, Standards and System Support, Charter. Osceola School District is seeking a waiver for standard for accreditation 4F1, which requires that each public school district shall employ a library media specialist that meets the licensure requirements in accordance with the laws of the state of Arkansas and the rules of the division, or are working under a licensure exception in accordance with the laws of the state of Arkansas and the rules of the division. The waiver being sought is under Arkansas Code annotated 625-103. There have been individuals providing services to students in each of the individual school libraries, and the district requires this waiver only for the 2021-2022 school year.
So through the end of this year.
To the end of this year.
Okay. Who do we have on the line from Osceola?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Renata Bryant. I'm the Assistant Superintendent Federal Programs Coordinator for Osceola School District.
Okay, welcome, Dr. Bryant.
Thank you, Ms. Newton.
All right.
So we are actually seeking a waiver, as he stated, for Standards of Accreditation 4-F1.1 for Library Media Specialists at OHS. For this particular school year, we previously did not have a media specialist, and this person was actually hired after we went through the process of being granted waivers this summer. And so we are trying to continue the opportunity for students on a high school level to develop a culture to have for reading, which goes along with one of our goals as a district, and is also trying to align with the RISE initiative as well, so that we can continue to provide services for students on a high school level.
We'll see if we have, Ms. Kaufman, Dr. Pfeffer.
Okay, so I think as we went through kind of what was going on in this situation, Osceola does have a waiver from teacher licensure. So that was an Act 1240 waiver for teacher licensure. So when you look at this standard, though, because the standards break out library media specialists into different standards from the classroom teacher, they don't have the waiver from the licensure for the library media specialist. They do have people in each of their libraries who are performing the roles and responsibilities of a library media specialist, but they don't meet the licensure requirements. They were under the impression that that was covered by their former waiver, and it's not, based on the way the standards are laid out. And so when we got to looking at the purpose of, they'd originally asked for this waiver under Act 1240, and we go back to saying, well, it's to avoid a standard violation. That's not appropriate with Act 1240. However, it would be appropriate, and based on kind of I understand why they thought that, because I had to sit down and really look at this myself to think through, okay, why are we confused? And I can understand it. So we would be comfortable with granting the waiver from the standard, I think it was 4F1, is that correct? We would be comfortable doing that for the remainder of the year because they have had people employed in their programs. I believe one's on an ALP, and they are providing services to students. What we then would do would be to work with them and talk about, okay, if you do, we can acknowledge that it's probably going to be difficult to find 3 people for the Osceola School District to employ that'll meet full licensure requirements for library media specialists, because we know that that's a hard area to fill. But what we do feel like is there are some options to write a really strong plan to be either innovative with how we staff libraries in districts where it's going to be difficult to have someone at each school, and exactly what that could look like. There are a lot of different ideas. Ms. Smith and I talked about some things that they could do to really focus on reading at the elementary with support from reading specialists, maybe at the high school be more of really helping to develop those research and skills that students are going to need as they're transitioning out into post-secondary opportunities. So we believe that would be the better approach in today, to go ahead and work with them on the standard issue.
Okay. Do you have someone in place that's going to help them maybe work through a plan that would be innovative for the future as far as for next year?
So Ms. Freno, Ms. Kaufman, and I are going to start getting to meet regularly, and we're going to work that out. And we feel like within the next couple of months, yes, we'll be able to work with Osceola to bring something back for next year.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's see if we have questions from the board. Anyone over here? Ms. McFetridge?
So as I understand, this is just for the remaining of the school year, is that correct? Okay. Well, when they had asked for a 1240 waiver, I noticed they didn't have the evidence of a stakeholder involvement. So when we're just looking for the standard for accreditation, they don't need the stakeholder involvement then? Okay, so we're good then, okay.
That is correct, because the waivers from standards could be a request from the district. It could also be initiated by the board. So it's a little bit different in the approach. It just has to be discussed and done during a public meeting such as this.
Any other questions over here? Okay, on my right. Ms. Steen?
No questions at this time.
Okay. All right. So I think we're ready for a motion.
I move to approve the waiver.
Okay, Ms. Steen has made a motion to approve the waiver. Do we have a second? Seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations, Dr. Bryant. We look forward to hearing future innovations coming out of Osceola.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Definitely. You guys have a great day and be safe.
All right. You have a good day, too.
Thank you.
Now, okay, Dr. Pfeffer.
Okay, so the next waivers will be for Act 1240 and requests, and the first one is for the Lafayette County School District, and they are requesting a waiver. Oh goodness, let me get back to the agenda. They are requesting a waiver of teacher licensure for its elementary and high school, and they're requesting the waiver through the 2026-27 school year. As you look at their waiver request, and I believe we have someone from the district ready to explain their request, if you're thinking about it in terms of providing access to effective teachers, this district provided a lot of data from their previous use of waivers and their previous attempts of growing their own, and also talking about how they'll have some staff that they're going to be investing in to really continue that process. We also will have, if this waiver is granted, this district will be also one that we will be monitoring through their recruitment and retention plan that will be submitted this summer, and continuing to look to see, are they making progress. So I believe that, is it Ms. Anderson on the Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for allowing me to come and speak on behalf of Lafayette County School District. I'm Opal Anderson, the Assistant Superintendent of Federal Programs and Curriculum. I have in the room with me our Superintendent Robert Edwards. 5 years ago, we came before the state board and we asked for an Act 1240 waiver because at the time we were having a problem finding Arkansas qualified teachers to be in our classroom to help educate our kids. We had looked everywhere, but it was almost getting time for school to start and we needed teachers to come in. So we came in front of the state board and asked for this waiver. Today, I'm here to ask that the waiver be extended for another 5 years because we are still being challenged with that same problem. We're a low poverty district. The community here have very limited number of industries, jobs, and housing. So it makes it hard for us to attract teachers to our school district. Now, under our current waiver, which will expire in September, we have managed to staff our classroom with highly qualified staff, and we have encouraged them to go on to become licensed teachers. During our first year in our waiver, we hired 5 people under the Act 1240 waiver. And during that first year, I worked with those 5 teachers, and we put in tutoring for them to pass their practice exams. And of that 5, 4 of them passed. However, at the end of that year, they left our district. And so that left openings in our district. So once that happened, we had to go back to our Act 1240 because we're doing our advertisement for new teachers. We still were having a hard time finding Arkansas qualified teachers. So we hired another 5 people at that time. And of those 5 people, they have been working with us up until now. Of those 5 people, I have had 2 of them to become fully certified and receive their standard license this year. I have another 3 that I'm working with this year now that's in the classroom that one of them have passed the test, and she has enrolled into the MAT program through SAU, and she should begin that program this summer to become a licensed teacher. If we get her in that program this summer, she will receive a provisional license and continue to work toward getting her standard license. I have another one that has already finished the MAT program, but she's having a hard time passing the practice exam. So we have her in tutoring with the State Department through our co-op, and we also offer her tutoring here at our district so that she can hopefully get those tests passed this summer, and then she will receive a standard license as well. The other one, she is working toward passing her exams to get into the MAT program. They all are doing a great job in the classroom. They work well with the students, they work well with the parents, and we would like to continue to work with them while they're trying to become certified. So that's why we are here asking for this waiver. We've already received some resignations and been advertising for jobs. Matter of fact, I have 3 openings and only received 1 application so far for those 3 openings that we already have. So we already see that hiring Arkansas certified teacher will continue to be a challenge for us. So we're asking that you all would grant us this extension because, as you can see, we have had success. The two that has already received their standard license, they are products of this school district and this community, and we are looking forward to working with them for a period of time. We don't think they will leave us right now, so we want to continue to work with those other 3 because they are also part of this community and help them to become certified teachers. You know, not only would you all allowing us to this extension, would it be helping our district, it would also help the state as well because now we are reaching out to people with bachelor's degrees that may want to come into the education field. So it's kind of helps us all.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Let's see if we have any questions or comments from the board. Anyone on my right? Or on my left? Okay. We see Dr. Rankin.
Great. Ms. Anderson, I just want to thank you for the efforts that you've made. I just want you to know we see your struggle that you're experiencing down there. One of the questions that I had, just out of curiosity, so you started with 14 waivers. Out of the 14, 7 obtained standard license. Out of the 7, 5 left. 2 remained and 5 left. My question for you is, I'm just curious, is there anything that you think could have led them to stay? Those 5 that left, is there anything the district or that we could do that you think could have pivoted that where they would have stayed in the district instead of leaving?
Well, some of the 5 ones, you know, when they come down to Southwest Arkansas from up north or somewhere like that, a lot of them want to go back home to family, and there were several of them that we had like that wanted to go back closer to home. I have one this year that wants to go back closer to home and has been hired. So that's one of the positions that we have open as well. So I don't think we could have prevented that part, but we're always in competition with some of the surrounding districts in this area as well. And some of it is because they have more resources to offer these people. Like I was saying, we have limited housing here. So when we do hire people that move in here, they either have to stay at least anywhere from 20 to 34 miles away and drive into the district. So I think it's a community issue as well.
All right. Dr. Moore?
Yes. Thank you for being here today and for providing with all this information. I know y'all been working very hard. When we talk about the development of your teachers, I think you wrote that y'all are working with your co-op in the mentoring program. What other kind of supports are your teachers needing, not just for praxis, but for teaching in their classrooms?
Okay, we have our instructional facilitators and our principals. They go in and they monitor the teaching and learning process, and they mentor them. I go in and I mentor, and I do walkthroughs, try to get in their classrooms at least a couple times a month to see if there's any extra support that they need or anything like that. We also have other teachers that help support them as well. One thing, like I say, once we hire them on an Act 1240, I ask them to please get into a program so that we can get them Arkansas qualified, get them licensed as certified teachers. But we give them as much support. We give them the tutoring support. Whatever they come to us and need, any resources in the classroom for teaching and learning, we provide that as well.
What is the breakdown of elementary versus at your high school with these teachers?
At the elementary, most of them that I have are at the elementary. Most of them have been at the elementary. So for our high school staff, they are kind of invested in this community, and we don't have a great turnover there. And that's why we said, well, maybe we start looking at some of the people around here that already have bachelor's degree, which I had this year. I was overstaffed. We had too many students in kindergarten, so I had a paraprofessional that when I was high school principal, I knew she was smart. I felt like she could do the job, so I went to her and talked to her. She wanted to be a teacher, but she was a little afraid, and I've been talking to her for a couple of years, so this year she decided to do it, and so we hired her under that Act 1240 to take that kindergarten classroom, and she's been doing a great job. She's the one that has already went on and passed her praxis exam, and she will be going into the MAT program this summer through SAU, and once she completes that program, she will get her standard license. So
that's great. That's exciting. For those elementary teachers, do y'all have a reading specialist? Are y'all providing the RISE and other reading training for those teachers?
Yes, we have a reading facilitator that works with them doing the RISE, and then also Ms. Cornelius and Ms. Mary Berry from Southwest Co-op, they come in and work with them as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Steen? Okay, I'm not hearing any questions from Ms. Steen, so
Nope. I'm sorry, no questions.
Okay, thank you. For department, do you have a recommendation? I know we've had some discussion in the past about the time period.
So I'm always more comfortable with 3 years than 5 years. So that, I think I've made that known. I think the 3 years aligns with the recruitment and retention plans that the districts will be submitting. And I think in this area, one of the things we know that they do need support is our strategies for retention of teachers that they do attract to the district or that they're growing in the district, which is what we would do. So I think we would be more comfortable with 3 years. But I also would acknowledge that this district, I think, has done a good job with the waivers that they were granted or the flexibility they were granted earlier. Okay. So my recommendation would be 3 years.
And these recruitment and retention plans are due by August, is that right?
Yes.
August.
Yes, they'll
August
be due
1st.
August 1st, yes. And we will start the process of going through and monitoring those that do have these 1240 waivers and looking to see if there are some additional supports. And it just helps us to also be in tune with them as we're helping to provide feedback with you all.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or discussions?
Yeah, I just want clarification on what we do is different in 3 years and 5 years. And I think you may have asked that before, but to give a waiver for 3 years versus 5 years, what is the actual difference in strategically for them that makes it better on us than lessen the stress on them? I mean, because if she's wanting 5 for a strategic plan, I know that's what we did for Dumas. And so does that help her plan strategically for 5 years? Because in 3 years, they have to come back, correct?
They would have to come back, yes, at a time period and renew.
So does that help them come back in 3 years, become better? And that's, I mean, so is there a value for 3 rather than 5?
So what I would say is that the fact that districts are developing a 3-year recruitment and retention plan, this would align with that 3-year recruitment and retention plan, and the hope would be that they don't have to come back and ask for an extension at all. I believe between the work that we're doing with the teacher residency model and changes that could systemically be made there, the likelihood, if they do a good job with this, the likelihood is that they may not have to come back and ask for those waivers, because with the situation that she's described in her plan, there would not be the need for individual districts to have to be asking for that. Now, they may have to, but again, I think we can get this process to where even the requests don't have to take 30 minutes of explanation, because we're going to know more about what's going on.
Which is what which I would be more comfortable with, if you being more of a part of that process on the front end. Because I mean, I just, as y'all know, I've said this 1,000 times, that we have spent so much time on this, and I'm comfortable with you all knowing what they're actually doing, because sometimes we approve it and they're out there doing the work. I just think it's counterproductive for the time that we invest in. But I'm just speaking for Fitzhill based on what they're doing in the communities. And we understand the challenges of the Delta more so than Northwest Arkansas, the Delta, and knowing how tough it is to get teachers there anyway, and realizing that what the stress that we're putting them under for 3 years to give them comfort, which makes us feel better for 3 years, but puts stress on them for 5 years, which I've heard being articulated. That's where I'm not saying I'm in disagreement with it. I just think all these things need to be discussed at the table, because they're the ones doing the work and they're the one under the stress, even though it creates a overarching support for them to bring that to us, for us to say, yes, we're in agreement. But then if we say no, they're still the same situation. So I just want to voice my opinion on that as we move to continue doing this every month.
Well, and I have a question as well. I believe we also did 5 years for Monticello. Y'all help me remember. Did we also do
We did 3 years for someone was it last month? We weren't here.
Yeah, we would have to go back and look and see.
Well, and I was thinking we did 5 years and maybe we asked for a report at year 3. Is that a possibility? My tendency
That's
is
certainly a possibility, yes, it
Okay.
is. And the way you all conduct these, I mean, if you want to expedite the review process, I mean, it could be set up to where we present it, you ask for a recommendation. If you don't have any questions about it, you know, so them coming back here, the way that's handled, that is up to you all. We do not have an issue with the request. You asked as far as what are we most comfortable with. That is a recommendation, but if you feel like that 5 years is the better time period for the district, as they've requested, that is certainly within your purview.
Dr. I'm sorry. I just want one comment I want to make is I think the intention of the 1240 waivers was not to be a long-term fix. The intention of 1240 waivers is to give districts time, and I think these recruitment and retention plans are going to help that, to get in mind what do we need to do in our district to pull in teachers, and then what do we need to do to retain teachers. And I'm looking that there's going to be some innovations coming out, and the things that Ms. Saraceni's group are doing, you know, are going to help that. So I'm thinking that over the next few years, hoping that things are going to improve, but I really don't want to see districts start thinking that 1240 waivers are the fix for our problems. I want us to look for ways that we can make sure that we have high quality teachers in classrooms from the very beginning. And you know, these 1240 waivers are helping us get there, but I don't think that's the long-term fix. And I don't want it to become that.
Yep, Ms. Newton, the reason that we looked in the last session to see if there was some way that we could create more of a long-term approach, not just with the work that districts are doing, but with the work that the department is doing through Carly's team and other efforts that are going on in the partnerships, is that feedback we were getting from the board with those 5-year requests for waivers. And you know, what we were learning pretty quickly is that it was a growing problem, but it wasn't getting any better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the problem started with those hard to fill positions like science and math, and now over the last 7 years, it has become library media. It's even becoming more of a problem with elementary. Mm-hmm. And what we're seeing is districts that need qualified and prepared elementary teachers are never going to make that leap that we need to make on reading, teaching reading, if we're constantly having that turnover that they're suffering, and also having unprepared 1240 waiver teachers coming in. So we went back and changed the law, and so because what we had was a minority recruitment and retention plan that was 1 year at a time. Y'all know that 1 year plans are not a plan. I mean, it was a compliance piece, and those plans really didn't mean much. So what we try to do, Dr. Hill, to alleviate some of that stress that they're under, is creating that plan that they don't have to come back and submit a new one every year, but creating something that has strength to it, so that in that 3-year span, that stress that they're under of filling those slots can incorporate the strategies that we're creating and offering, in the supports that we're offering through our co-ops, through the retention, recruitment retention specialists, through the Teach Arkansas program, all of those things. So it really all fits together, and trying to become more holistic in how we approach this issue. So the 5 versus 3, I mean, that ultimately that's your decision. I just wanted to provide, and I think Dr. Pfeffer has done a good job of leading a lot of that work, but we're not there yet, you know. So the first 3-year plans they're not due until August 1st of this year. So it's something that we are committed to continue working with them. That's why we say we're comfortable with the 3 years, because it fits with the overall strategy that we're trying to adopt and the supports that we're providing.
And I could see that in the future with our partnership and working with districts on the plans, that we would be identifying and bringing to you, this district needs this extension, without it having to become a big deal for a district to come back. And, you know, or coming back and celebrating, they don't have to have the waivers. They are fully able to operate on their own. And so.
Well, I just want to finish it. First of all, I'm not trying to be adversarial in any way to say I'm 4, 3, or 5. My question was, if, and what I've heard, if they come in 3 and they don't, and we approve it, you know, and they come back 3 years and they haven't met it, then what do they do? I mean, that's just kind of been my question. So because we understand the pipeline of teachers, and God, I hope that we are able to put more teachers into the pipeline to meet all the objectives that we're hoping to for particular minority teachers in those underserved areas. I pray that we're able to do that. But I'm looking at it realistically throughout the country, how challenging it is for us to find educators and get them certified. And so I'm not saying we don't check on them. I'm just saying I know the stress of being in an underserved community, being in an underserved environment, and you're looking at 3 years versus 5 years. And if you have a strategic plan that you can work with you under that time frame, that's all I'm advocating. I'm not saying hey, 3 years, you're done. I'm just saying I know the stress in those communities, how it's better to think we have this plan, but I'm not saying they don't check in with you every year, but at least you have a strategic plan that you can put together for recovery. That I know that the Duma superintendent made reference to why after 3, why he was asked for 5, and that was my rationale to making sure if we had a long-term plan. Look, I'm not Ms. Newton. I don't know the certification. I've never done that. That's why I rely on them to be able to say what's right or what's wrong in that element of teacher certification. That's not my expertise.
And I think my response would be that whether it's 3 or 5 years, 5 years would just be 2 years later that they would come back and ask for the extension if they needed it. I also would look at it though is that in 3 years, that's a little bit sooner that we're more aware and providing more support. You know, when you go, the longer you go, there are always those opportunities for you not to have that contact that you would have when you're coming back. But it really is okay if we disagree on it.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, so we don't have that facilitation going on annually, rather than, so we just check in every 3 years, so that's not part of the educational or professional development plan?
So we are not going in and looking at every district's Act 1240 waivers every single year, and that's part of what I think today as we go through and talk about the standards for accreditation. When districts have waivers from licensure for a long period of time, their problems don't show up in their standards for accreditation. When they're 5 years not having any requirement for licensure, they're not meeting standards for 5 years, and we don't know the extent of that. And 5 years is a long time.
So, you know, if we align with the teacher recruitment and retention plan, at the end of that 3 years, you know, if they've got a problem, then it could become where instead of the district having to come back, you could come back and say, these 10 districts have been working their teacher recruitment plan, and these 10 districts have been, even though they've been working that plan, still have problems, and we need to extend their waiver for X number of years. Yes. Or you come back and say these 15 districts work their teacher and recruitment plan and they no longer need a waiver.
Exactly, or they need more limited waivers, or and what it'll do is we will know what it is that's working in those districts. Right. Like was described here, if the issue is that we have teachers, they want to stay, but we just don't have the housing in our community. Mm-hmm. We need to be helping to drive that conversation in their communities of, if you want your teachers to stay, your district's doing all they can do. Mm-hmm. If your community, though, is going to have to help build those supports around so that they'll stay and want to be long-term members of our communities. That's what we want.
Okay. All right. Dr. Moore?
I do have a question since we're having this sort of broader discussion. on that 3-year teacher recruitment retention plan, did y'all send out a template to districts, or they?
It is coming very soon,
Okay.
and our plan for implementation will also be there, and so that it's very clear how we'll work through that process, because we'll have a lot closer contact with districts that have waivers, or that their data are showing that they have a lot of instability in their workforce, because again, we just want to make sure that they're thinking about every avenue that they have.
Okay. I think we've had this discussion before, but both in the Act 1240 waiver and in that conversation, will there be an emphasis and a focus on collecting that information on student achievement and student growth? Because from this perspective, which this district did a great job, the end goal is licensure, when to me the end goal is, to all of us, still, it is not just licensure, it is student impact. What type of, will that be included in those plans? And can we continue, I'll ask again, to push that into these waiver requests?
We can, and I think those are some additional data points that can be requested to be included with that, and also in reports that we do. So that's good feedback for us.
Thank you.
Yeah. And as we update the Act 1240 application, we could put a component in there to ask about how it is impacting student achievement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments here? Ms. Dean?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's no other discussion, I think we're ready for a motion.
Make the motion that we accept the Lafayette County School District 1240 waiver request for 3 years.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. McFetters to approve the 1240 waiver for Lafayette County for 3 years. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. Congratulations, Ms. Anderson. We look forward to seeing your plan, and wish you great success for the coming year.
Thank you all.
All right. So we're moving on to Alma.
Yes, the next item is the Alma School District, and they are requesting a waiver of teaching load for its primary school and intermediate schools to accommodate a teacher apprenticeship program. This district, as you can see in their waiver request, is working with UAFS, and UAFS has been a leader in promoting teacher preparation through the work-based model, which is basically what we're outlining as the Arkansas Teacher Residency Model, and they've had a close working relationship with school districts in that area. So I think we have a number of people from Alma and on the Zoom to give you details about their request or answer any of your questions.
Okay, who do we have on from Alma?
I'm Pam Treese. I'm Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and also joining us is Dr. Dussey, our incoming superintendent. Dr. Monica Riley with UAFS has just boarded a plane, and so she had been on hold for quite a while, but she did have to disconnect.
Okay, all right. Well, welcome. We're glad that you're here. Do you have any comments or anything that you would like to share?
Well, I've been listening to your conversation with the previous waivers, and I just see our request for this waiver is somewhat a prevention for having to issue the previous school district intent to cover what has become an issue with getting teachers into the pipeline or promoting their acquiring advanced degrees to satisfy the specific requirements like media specialist or gifted and talented and that sort of thing. So what I see our request involving is really an innovative practice to prevent us getting into the situation where we don't have quality applicants. And we're just really excited to be a part of this. We currently don't have a problem, but we do recognize as the pipeline narrows that we want to be ahead of the curve. And so we're really excited to partner with UAFS to be part of that prevention of the decline of teacher applicants.
Okay. All right, we'll see if we have any questions. Anyone on my right have a question or comment? Over here, Dr. Moore?
I do, yes. So these interns will be in their final year at the university, is that correct?
Correct.
And will they be the teacher for, typically is it internship just a semester or is this a year long?
There's actually two different approaches that we've applied for. One is the teacher apprentice program, which is a year-long internship. And to me, the heavy focus for the success of this program is our selection of the mentor teacher who works so very closely with the interns. But the second answer to your question is the enhanced internship, which is just for a semester. So it has a lot to do with their teacher preparation and their coursework and where they fall in the model, and then whether or not we're able to access them as applicants.
Okay, and this is just for the elementary level, is that correct?
It is at this time, but I foresee this model being applied at secondary level in the future. Honestly, I had an opportunity a couple of years ago to contemplate this for our school district. We just really didn't have the need at that point, and it has grown to be that I just needed to reconsider. And so through UAFS and their embedded classes inside our intermediate and middle school at this time, my eyes have been open to this just being a phenomenal approach for us to grow our own and to help the teachers on board with our practices, our ways of training for reading skill development, our math curriculum. And so we're going to be able to, with your approval, we're going to be able to really do the grow your own model and acclimate the interns to see the way we deliver best practices here in Alma.
Do you all have student interns previously in your district?
Yes.
Okay, so those teachers and those mentor teachers will be used to that.
Yes. And to further that discussion, the embedded classes that I mentioned, we have currently, like as of today's Thursday, so we have 60 UAFS students who are in their year 3 who will feed into the internship program. And they are in class today at Alma Middle School. And the neat thing about that model is they can walk down the halls and they can go into the classes as assigned and look for what it is that they're discussing in their college level classes. So it's a great window of opportunity for them to see how we run school. And we hope that those 60 become interns in our school district. Now, the reality is that's not going to happen because we have to share with neighboring schools and other districts. But it's just a great opportunity for college students to see what school really looks like, not just a theoretical idea.
Thank you for sharing all that.
That's excellent. Any other discussion or question? Ms. Steen? Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. One question, it kind of goes back to something that you said earlier, Secretary Key. We have seen several of these teacher residency come up for requests for waivers, and it's a great program. It's innovative. Is there something that we need to do as far as a law change to make this? Are you already reading my mind?
No,
Okay.
you read mine. the reason why they do have to come to ask for a waiver is because part of the model is for your lead or master teachers or your these teachers to oversee the resident or the apprentice. So therefore, the apprentice is not able to be the teacher of record because they don't yet have their degree. And so therefore, you've got an issue with who has oversight for those students. So that's why they're having to come and ask for this waiver. So to Dr. Hill's point, what are things we could do? We are going to need to look at law changes or allowances where decisions can be made and allow participation in this without every single district always having to come and ask for these individual waivers. So that is something we will be working on over the next few months as we get the residency model launched. So that will prevent a lot of this, type of bringing districts in and having to do this. And we foresee that this is something that the majority of our school districts are going to be implementing in a short time.
Yeah. I can't understand why you wouldn't. It's a great model, and great for kids. Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
I was going to save this for my ATOY report, but I was in a Fort Smith Elementary just last week, maybe the week before, and saw this model in action. You would not know that these were college seniors teaching these classrooms. They were phenomenal. And Pam mentioned the power of that mentor. I think that's where the magic is. And they told me it's just a no-fail option because the success of these two classrooms falls back on that mentor teacher as the teacher of record. So she is highly invested in these interns teaching well. So it's beautiful and I'm excited.
Good. Great to get some firsthand knowledge. Any other? Okay, that's why I think we're ready for a motion. Okay, and we have a motion by Dr. Rankin to approve the waiver. Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Marvel Elaine.
Okay, I think this will wrap up our Act 1240 waiver request. The Marvel Elaine School District requests a waiver of teacher and guidance council licensure for its elementary and high school, and they're requesting the waiver through the 24-25 school year. They've worked closely with Jennifer Barbary and others with our Office of Coordinated Support and Service, and I believe she is here as well. We have the superintendent here to visit with you, and they can all answer questions much better than I.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, we had a question. How many years was the last one approved for?
Okay.
She had 5.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't. I'll try to do better.
No, she just asking.
All right. Welcome.
Well, good morning, Secretary Key, Chair of the Board Newton, and to State Board members. I'm here representing the Marvel Elaine School District, and we're requesting an extension of our current Act 1240 waivers through the 24-25 school year. And the waivers that we have, they have been very vital to our district in regards to having teachers in the classroom, providing Arkansas qualified teachers in our classroom. But our primary intent, or our first intent, is to hire licensed teachers. But it has been very difficult to hire a licensed teacher in Marvel. There are certain circumstances that has made it difficult for us. In addition to teacher shortages, Marvel is a rurally, geographically isolated area. And so sometimes we cannot get teachers who are certified to come to the Marvel Elaine area. And also the census data has indicated that people are moving out of the area. And then there's some things in regards to the opportunities that are available within those local communities, because if the teacher comes in to the area, then they discover that they have to travel to a major city for certain activities or to go to certain grocery stores and things like that. But also in addition to that, our salary schedule, our salary schedule is higher than some of the school districts locally, but it's not as competitive as districts in Central Arkansas and other parts of the area. So that kind of makes it difficult for us to hire teachers as well. So we are proposing that we would employ teachers on an Act 1240 waiver, and the teacher would possess at least a minimum of a bachelor's degree. But with that bachelor's degree, they will also be required to be placed on a plan to become a licensed teacher. And if we cannot hire a teacher with a bachelor's degree, we're exploring the teacher residency model, because there are some people that are employed in our district who would make excellent teachers. But the thing is to get them to that point where they're comfortable enough to say, I'm going to take the next step in enrolling in classes to become certified. Currently, at the start of the current school year, we had 3 teachers who were returning, who were employed on the Act 1240 waiver. One of our teachers will be taking the science test at the end of this month. And if she passes the science test, then she will be given a provisional license. We also have another teacher who started out as an Apple provisional license, but she has a standard license now. She received that during the first semester. And then we also have another teacher who was employed under an Act 1240 waiver, who was previously employed, and she has a provisional license, provisional Apple license. And the plan is for her to do what she needs to do in order to obtain a standard license. For this school year, the 21-22 school year, the district hired 8 teachers under an Act 1240 waiver. And of those 8 teachers, I have 1 that will be graduating in May with her master's degree from Delta State. Then she will begin the reciprocity process to become licensed in Arkansas. I also have a teacher who's employed, and she's currently in the Apple program. She will be taking a math subtest, and she's also submitted her portfolio. She's awaiting the results of her portfolio right now. But in regards to the math subtest, she has to retake that test because she missed the score by 1 point. So that is something to consider. And then some of the other teachers who are employed in the district, we have 2 who will begin in RPEP. We also have 1 who's going to take the MAT route. And of the teachers who are employed under waiver this year, we have 2 who already indicated that they will be resigning. They've submitted their letters of resignation. Now, how we're supporting our teachers is that our teachers participate in the novice teacher training. They have a marigold teacher that's assigned to them. They're also being mentored. We are receiving some support from OCSS. Also, the special from Great Rivers have been working with our teachers. And all of the teachers who are employed on the Act 1240 waiver, they're working on a pathway in regards to the science of reading. Some of them are already enrolled in the Apple program, the RISE program, either RISE 3-6. So in regards to professional development, we have kind of identified what needs to happen to develop our teachers, because we know that the teachers we currently employ under the waiver, they need to be supported, but they also need to have a plan in regards to becoming licensed as well. And we in Marble Elaine have realized that it's very important that we basically end up having to grow our own teachers because of the difficulty we have encountered in trying to get teachers from outside of the Phillips County area to come to Phillips County and to be employed. Some come, maybe stay 1 or 2 years, get some experience, then they seek advancement opportunities in other districts. And also, we know that it's a struggle to not only hire teachers, but also to hire administrators. And also, speaking of that, we currently have our guidance counselor. We advertised for that position. No one applied. But what happened was we had an English teacher who applied. So she was hired as a guidance counselor, and then she was placed under an Act 1240 waiver. And she's currently taking courses based upon her program of study and to become licensed as a guidance counselor after she takes the required exams. But those are some of the things that we have encountered in Marble Elaine, and we thought of a plan in regards to trying to promote and support our teachers. And the district has been working with Kelsey Riley from Great Rivers, who's the recruitment and retention facilitator, also in regards to trying to make sure that our teachers who are not licensed have a plan to obtain a license and they're on their pathway before the time limit of the waiver expires.
Okay, thank you. We'll see if any board members have questions for you. Anyone on my left have a question? Okay, Dr. Moore?
Thank you for driving over here today and sharing all with us. As
You're
far
welcome.
as your guidance counselor, that's great news that you have someone in that position that's able to get that extra support and to get their license. Do you have other services that provide mental health supports to students at your school, or is that guidance counselor the primary?
We have some additional services to provide mental health support, but the guidance counselor is focused within her guidance plan and providing services to our students as well.
And is that a position that's K-12, or is that the high school or elementary?
K-12. The counselor serves grades K-12.
Okay. And then it sounds like you're looking at your teachers, they're pretty evenly distributed between elementary and middle school, high school. As far as Act 1240, where's your largest need for teachers at this moment?
We have needs in both buildings because we have two buildings, a K-5 building and a 612 building. And in regards to that current Act 1240 waivers, the 8 teachers that were hired this year, I have 4 at the elementary school and 4 at the high school.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on my right? Ms. Dean? All right. One question that I had, and this may be something the department may want to work on, I'm not sure. You said the teacher was working on a master's. That's your guidance counselor currently? Is that the current guidance counselor?
The current guidance counselor is in the program through a state.
So she is in a program. So why would she not be on an ALP? I guess that's my question.
Dr. Sutherland turned and asked me that same question, so I think those are things we'll want to look at and work through, and whatever way we can clean some of that up, we definitely would.
Okay, so I don't know if we need. I guess my question is, do we need
the waiver request?
Mm-hmm.
I think given the fact that we don't know for sure, and so with an ALP, it may depend on whether or not this is a first-time license or if they're already a licensed educator. So I don't know for sure. We'll have
Okay,
to
so we'll go ahead and give it, and then maybe y'all can work on the ALP
I think so,
part
yeah.
of
I
it.
think this is something they're working closely with our OCSS team, and we would go through all of those.
Okay, Ms. Smith may have some more information.
Yeah, and I just want to connect some dots because I know you guys are aware. So, Denetra Williams stepped in as interim superintendent. So, Marvel Elaine several months ago was here because they were in fiscal distress and they were under 350 and they needed the waiver. And Denetra has stepped in that day because her superintendent was ill. And since that time, he passed away and she was appointed interim. And so she's done a fabulous job. Not a job she asked for, but she stepped in when it was very, very difficult. Jennifer, stand up back there. This is Jennifer Barber. She works on my team. She's worked very closely with Denetra. Mr. Williams, he's on the board. He was here before with the finances and talking about the finances. Dr. Ray, you stand up. She has just been the newly hired superintendent for Marvel Elaine. We will continue to closely work with them. We need lots of support. I think you heard that when she was talking about all the different levels and obstacles that they face. They need lots of support, and we're committed to keep walking with them and get them where they need to be. But appreciate what you've done this year.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And one other question I had for the department is that she said that her math instructor missed the praxis cutoff by 1 point. Is that not something that we're working on also? So are y'all, I don't know who are shaking their head at me, answer that, maybe work with her.
So we do need to look at if that would, an alternate assessment plan will work for them. So I don't know if y'all visited about that. So we'll follow up with the team and see what all plans we can put in place.
Okay, all right.
Jennifer Barbary, OCSS support. The teacher that just took the math test, it's just a recent score, so we didn't have the scores prior to when we had to submit the application.
Sure.
So Yes, we can absolutely work on getting them.
Okay.
ACP.
Okay, good. That's any chance that we can get to get a teacher certified, we want to be sure and get that and help the district as much as we can. So thank you for that. We appreciate it. All right. So some good news has come out of this today. I know it was nerve-wracking for you, but we appreciate you being here and giving us this information because it was helpful. Okay, so we are ready, I think, for a motion from the board. Secretary, did you have a comment?
I just want to say, Mr. Williams, I just want to just brag on him for a second because I think every time the district comes here, he's with them.
Yeah.
And you don't see that from very many board members.
No.
I mean, I just not blaming anybody. I want to highlight him because since I met him when I was still in the legislature before I ever came to this job, I don't think you'll find anybody more dedicated to Marvel Elaine schools than Mr. Williams. So I just want to say that before y'all vote on this.
Well, I think we're ready for a motion.
I will make that motion to approve the waiver.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the Marvel Elaine School District waiver for 3 years. And
Excuse me, Ms. Newton.
Okay.
Could you clarify if there are two waiver requests?
yes, okay.
One for guidance counselor licensure and one for teacher licensure.
Okay, so we do need to clarify, is this for both waivers?
This is for both waivers, if I can do that, both waivers in one.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion to approve the Marvel Elaine 1240 waiver request for teacher licensure and guidance counselor for 3 years. And the motion was made by Dr. Rankin and seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you for being here and sharing with us this morning. It's very helpful.
I thank you all for your time and your attention, and I'm also grateful for the support that we have received from DESE and OCSS, and also the support I've received from my board president, and I'm looking forward to the continued support from our new superintendent.
Yes, yes, and thank you for stepping into a job that's not easy, I promise.
Thank
Yeah.
you. You have a great day.
All right. All right. That was the last 1240. So we have some other changes. Mr. White, keyboarding, key code changes to the coding block adjustment.
Good afternoon. Ross White, Director for the Division of Career and Technical Education. So the first part of mine is more informational, and Mr. Owen's going to come up for the actual action item we need because it's kind of a split piece, but we want to make sure that everybody fully understands what's happening here.
Okay.
So in your agenda was a document, and really what this focuses on is keyboarding and key coding. So if you look at standards for accreditation, we do have requirement for grades 5 through 8 that students take career and technical education courses. Then it's specifically spelled out in there that they have to have keyboarding or key code. So first is what's the difference between keyboarding and key code? So we've had keyboarding for a long time. That requirement, key code, came about when we started adding the coding blocks into the requirements there. And so it's the same course, key code just adds the additional coding block within its standards. And so really there is a difference between the classes, but that's why it says keyboarding / key code, is that that difference there. Some districts still just do keyboarding and fit that coding block in somewhere else. Some fit the coding block within key code course, and then that's where they use that course. But where our part from the Division of Career and Technical Education, obviously we are the keeper of these courses and standards, is federally through Perkins that we are mandated through. It's been 712 until that was reauthorized in 2018. So when Perkins was reauthorized in 2018, we can now service grades 5 through 12, where prior we could only service grades 7 through 12 with our federal dollars. Since that time, we've had a lot going on in the world since we've moved into the new Perkins 5 authorization, most of that being COVID. And so we've identified that we can service down to grades 5 with keyboarding or key code. The other piece being is that our students obviously are learning at a very early age now keyboarding skills. Obviously with our assessments, by 3rd grade, most schools are doing quite a job already to ensure their students can type proficiently because they need to be able to do that for assessments. So the conversation has really gone around, are we doing any good that we're keeping it at grade 7 or 8 to all of a sudden come back and say, we're going to teach you the proper way to type. Now, I'm an old business teacher and I taught keyboarding and the ergonomics of keyboarding and the importance of it and what we need to be doing, but we see that it's not working perfectly in grade 7 or 8. And then the other issue we have, not necessarily an issue, just challenge that some schools have, and definitely more of our small or rural schools, is as we've added in our graduation requirement with coding now, a lot of business teachers are the teachers that have moved into that area or are willing to move into that area. And so we're starting to put a lot of burden on that one set area because they're expected to maybe be the keyboarding teacher, also computer science, plus other areas. So to allow us to give a little bit more flexibility to our schools, we can move this around. So the first change is giving that 5 to 8 window versus the 7 to 8. The second change we're making is licensure. So a business certified teacher, which is the licensure codes that are given there, can teach it. Also the addition of computer science teachers, and then putting in an approval code. Because ultimately, when I look at it, obviously all of our educators that have a teaching license are pretty proficient at keyboarding. They might not know all of the in-depth skills that I got to learn in the numerous courses that I got to take in my undergrad on an electric typewriter to an old school typewriter to many different versions. So our office is developing right now a 6-hour training for them more on the ergonomics of keyboarding and the sides of keyboarding that they might not really have in their mindset. So teachers can go through that training. Upon the completion of the 6 hours, our office would issue the approval code. It would be added to their teaching license. So then we give school districts the flexibility that any licensed teacher they have can sit through that 6-hour course and then add that as an approval code, allowing for more educators to be able to teach keyboarding and giving that flexibility. Because since I've been here at a year almost now, had a lot of feedback from superintendents, principals that they're really struggling trying to find those keyboarding teachers or trying to balance it with all the other expectations that we have there. So those are our two initial changes we're making, is the grade band and then adding additional licensure areas that could do keyboarding. But in that, we bring about key code and the coding block that's with Anthony and his team in the DESI coding block. And since that is a piece that the board will need to hopefully vote to approve, that change, which will allow that coding block to still work in a different grade band. And so I'm going to let Anthony talk a little bit about that here in just a second. But if you have questions for me about any of the course changes, I will take those at this time.
Any questions? Dr. Moore, you had a question?
I do, always. I agree that students are typing earlier and sometimes getting bad habits because of that. Are we seeing elementary schools having their students do more typing courses?
Yeah, and I mean, if you really look at it, a lot of districts, just from my experiences outside of it and then conversations I've had with a lot of different educators in schools, is, a lot of them during, their pull-out times in their elementary age, they are having a computer lab or computer skills course, and most of those are doing an extensive amount of keyboarding skills so they can teach those students home row keys and just good etiquette when it comes around to basics keyboarding skills that exist there. And so it's pretty common. I wouldn't say that I could verify that every school district for sure is doing that, but we're seeing more and more of that, and so our ability to try to catch those basic skills earlier is a part of that change.
Do you expect to see a lot move that down into the 5th and 6th
I mean,
grade?
I would anticipate seeing that. I mean, a lot of it's going to become to the the makeup of the community, what works with the teachers. I know from my own personal experiences in a district, we wanted ours to be in 5th grade, and we kept having to get special permission to do it because it fit better and it was better for our students. And then from the side of career technical education, I guess the selfish side of me is it's good for us because a lot of our programs start with those middle level exploration courses, and we have them in all of our areas, and they do very well, except for our business programs of study because it's always been keyboarding's your thing. So they don't really get any exploration courses towards our business and marketing programs of study because they're typically teaching keyboarding. So it's a benefit to those programs that allow middle schools and junior highs to possibly have some more exploration courses in those areas where teachers have typically been tied up with keyboarding courses. That's not a bad thing, but it's been lacked their ability to be able to teach other courses.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions over here? Any questions over here? Okay.
Ross, after a period, is it one space or two?
Really good question. It depends on the generation in which you were trained. Because they say now if you go to the modern technologies of Microsoft automatically puts the double space in there for you. If you're still manually typewriting, then it would be considered a double space. So.
I knew you'd have a good answer for that, but I don't know which one's right, so.
Technically, you should have the double space, but it automatically gives it to you in Microsoft, so you don't need it. So.
If you have the two space brain mentality, it is a hard habit to break, I promise.
Okay. And I'm going to turn it over to Anthony for his specific change that he would have that needs action.
Thank you, Ross. Anthony Owen, Department of Education, Office of Computer Science. I want to first commend Ross and Dr. Pfeffer and their team for bringing about this change and really looking into it. This is something that we've stressed the importance of moving keyboarding skills down, and to a direct question, Dr. Moore's, or direct answer to Dr. Moore's question, I will say if states are not teaching keyboarding skills earlier than 5th grade, they are actually in violation of adopted standards, because in our computer science and computing standards, we do have keyboarding skills all the way down to kindergarten, including practicing locating the enter key, letter and number keys, shift key for capital letters, space bar with thumb, and then they progress each grade based on work that our team did when we were looking at standards for K-8 computer science. We felt that those base instructional models were important. However, moving the official keyboarding requirement down, as Ross has said, will allow some flexibility. In response to Secretary Key's question, we are firmly in the one space camp. So maybe we need to start a new Twitter tag on that hashtag. So what we have presented to you all is an update. Really, there has been no content changes to the coding block, what was previously named the coding block for grade 7 or 8, with DCTE working so judiciously to move the key code and keyboarding offering down. We had to make our standards reflective of that. We also took a step back and looked at our guidance that we provided in the introductory statement of how schools could implement this. So really the changes that we're asking y'all to approve are A, the name change, away from coding block for grade 7 and 8 to, I believe we're calling it middle school. I had it on my computer and then I lost it. Arkansas Computer Science and Computing Standards, middle school introduction to coding. Also just the introductory statements, but really the two changes that the board need to approve is the name change and the grades that can be taught by or taught to.
Does it also include the licensure requirements?
So on our coding block, we have never had a specific licensure requirement for the coding block standards. They just simply have to have a licensure that allows them to teach the grade levels that the students are being instructed. So we did not require a licensure to teach the coding block. The work that Ross and them have done of bringing the 528 in and the additional 512 approval code that he was discussing really is about ensuring that the teachers have that keyboarding knowledge as part of it. But we've always felt that the coding block standards, because they can be embedded into other content areas, such as a math class, science class, library media specialist, we see that quite a bit, that we didn't want to put additional onus on those teachers that wanted to teach them as part of embedded into their existing curriculum.
Okay, all right. Do we have questions for Mr. Owen? All right. Ms. McFetters, did you have a question? Okay, all right. Ms. Dean, did you have a question?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. So I think we're going to need to take these as two separate motions. Ms. Freno, is that right? Okay. All right. So the first one is the keyboarding, key code changes, and the coding block adjustment.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion by Dr. Moore, seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The second one is the change to the computer science and computing standards.
For coding.
For coding, okay. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion by Ms. McFettridge,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank y'all.
Congratulations, guys. Y'all are doing great work, and we appreciate it very much. Okay, our last one of the morning, even though we've gone a little over, not much, which is probably good for us, the charter authorizing panel decisions, Cross County School District.
Yes, this is actually an item that was left off of last month's agenda, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
But it's Matthew Sutherland, Coordinator for Standards and System Support Charter. And so Cross County School District's digital learning plan approval, and the description is that the digital learning plan has been reviewed internally by the DESE review team and approved by the Charter Authorizing Panel. This amendment is being requested to extend the digital learning plan through the duration of the charter for the Cross County Elementary Technology Academy, and that's actually through June 30th of 2027.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, we're ready for a motion. Okay, have a motion not, thank you for that catch. Ms. McFetridge, I appreciate that. Motion not to review by Ms. McFetridge.
No, second.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. And I think we are to the end of our morning session, so we will stop and break for lunch. Would 1 o'clock be all right? We'll be back at 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back. We're going to continue on with our afternoon agenda. The afternoon, we have lots of rules for final approval. And so the first ones up are Ms. Douglas.
Good afternoon, Amy Douglas. We are here, the first item is final approval for background rules governing background checks. No substantive changes remain after public comment.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the rules for governing background checks? Okay. Then we're ready for a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Sutton.
I'll second.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Next, we have DESI rules governing educator licensure. No substantive changes remain after public comment.
Okay. Are there any discussion on the rules governing educator licensure? Okay. Hearing none, we're ready for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Sutton has made a motion to approve, and it was seconded by Ms. Woods. The rules governing educational licensure. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Next, we have for final approval, DESI rules governing the code of ethics for Arkansas educators. No substantive changes remain after public comment.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. We're ready for a motion. Okay. We have a motion by Ms. McFetrich to approve the rules governing code of ethics for educators.
I'll second.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Next, we have for final approval rules governing eligibility and financial incentives for National Board Professional Teaching Standards, which is your NBC teachers. No substantive changes were made after public comment.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, we're ready for a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Sutton. Seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Next, and final for me, I have up for final approval rules governing eligibility and financial incentives for Arkansas Leadership Academy Master Principal Program. No substantive changes were made after public comment.
Okay. Any discussion on these rules? Okay, we need a motion. A motion by Ms. McFetrich to approve the rules for Arkansas Leadership Academy. Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Freno, you're up.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Lori Freno. The first set of rules we have for final approval are the rules governing the Arkansas Educational Support and Accountability Act. There were no public comments made, and thus no changes to rules were made.
Okay. Any discussion on these rules? Okay, so we're ready for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Rankin. Seconded by Ms. McFetrich to approve the rules governing Arkansas Educational Support and Accountability Act. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, the next set of rules are the division rules governing school-based automated external defibrillators, devices, and cardiopulmonary resuscitation programs in Arkansas Public Schools. There were changes made following public comment. As a result of public comment, none of them were substantive, and we request at this point that you allow final approval of these rules.
Okay. Any discussion on these rules? Okay, we're ready for a motion then.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, a motion by Dr. Moore to approve. seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, next are the division rules governing visual and performing arts instruction for students in grades 1 through 8. A change was made as a result, a change to a definition was made as a result of public comment, but non-substantive, and we request final approval of these rules.
Okay. Any discussion on these rules? All right. Do we have a motion? Okay, all right, so I think they worked it out among themselves. So Ms. McFetcher made the motion and Dr. Rankin second the motion to approve the governing, rules governing visual and performing arts instructions. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Are you doing the next ones also?
I have two more. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. The next are the division rules governing required training for school board members. And there were some comments received, some changes were made, none were substantive, and we request final approval.
Any discussion on the required training for school board members?
Can we ask a question about, even though they weren't substantive, what were they? Changes made?
Well, the non-substantive changes that were made, the one change that was made that you all, I believe the only change made was the one that you all brought up at the last board meeting. There was an equation that did not have a complete two-sided, there are not two things to add together. But that change was made in the rules. To make sure that everything added up. So the equation is now correct. Let me refer you to the page if you'd like to look. I will read it. That would be 7.03.1.3. There had just been a section, the law, these are mirroring the law. There was just a section when the rules were originally drafted that left out a part of an equation. That part of the equation was put back into the rules, so now the rules are analogous with the law.
There was also a question we had clarifying or making clearer the
Yes.
time that they had to get their training in annually.
Yes, and I mean, there weren't changes made as a result of that because it was clear in the rules, but what it is that if a school board member is new, if they're elected in May or if they're elected in November, they have until December of the following year to get their 9 credits. But really, they have more than that because they can hold over until a month after the next board meeting, is my understanding. And another change, oh, no, this was not a change, this was made in the original rules. These are not mine, I'm sorry, so that's why I'm just kind of, But if there are no other questions.
Any other questions? Okay. Mr. Sutton, did that clear up your?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so I think we're ready for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion by Mr. Sutton,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Okay, the last set of rules that I'm going to present are the rules governing the Right to Read Act. You might remember in the last meeting, you all were concerned that the way the rules were written, it seemed like educators had to be proficient in the use of e-finance. But there was a change made to the rules which made clear that it was not proficiency in e-finance that is required, it was proficiency in the science of reading, and that proficiency had to then be documented in e-finance. So that was the change.
Okay.
And that was non-substantive, so we request final approval of these rules.
Okay. Any discussion on these? I did have a question on this. In there, it said that the secretary would hire a education ombudsman to oversee that. How, can you tell us about that?
Yes, and we have. Carol Herringer is the ombudsman. She has been working closely with the literacy team. She's been attending and going to meetings at co-ops and school districts. So I meet quarterly with her regularly, and then as needed if there are other things. So really, she's just getting started. I think Stacy, 6 months. Yeah, she's been on board with us about 6 months. But we already knew who she was because she was part of our team. We took her from the literacy team and put her into this role. And she's doing a great job. So there will be a report that will be required. And we are looking at after the assessment data come in and get analyzed in the fall, will be the first report that she provides.
Okay, what was her name again?
Carol Herringer.
Herringer. Okay.
Heringer. I never can remember if it's a hard G or a soft G. Science of reading might be able to tell me. Stacy.
Okay. Any other discussion on these rules? Thank you for that. All right, we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Motion by Dr. Moore. Second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Ms. Salas Ford.
Good afternoon, Courtney Salas Ford for the department. The first rules we have for your consideration are the rules governing student special needs funding. I apologize for the multiple emails I had to send you all when we kept revising these rules, but these are very important rules. They address funding in the areas of ELL, ALE, PD, and ESA. And so the changes that we proposed were only regarding ALE and ESA funding. We did receive a substantial number of comments, which caused us to go back and look and discuss some of the proposed changes. Some of those where we had proposed an increase to the student-teacher ratios in ALE classes, and we decided to go ahead and return to the existing student-teacher ratio, so there will be no change there. There were some other comments where we did not decide to change the rules. We went ahead with our proposals, but we did issue responses to the comments, which are in the packet that you should have received and attached to the agenda. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them, or if it's regarding ESA, I've got Dr. Pfeffer to back me up, and if it's ALE, Ms. Smith can definitely help out as well.
Could you speak just a little bit to the ALE, the 0.5 funding portion?
Yeah.
One, a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm going to let Ms. Smith handle that.
Since I think there were several comments on that, I think we need to at least address it.
Okay, so this is actually something that we've been talking about for a while, and COVID really kind of escalated the conversation. Several years ago, we had several programs come and get waivers for doing kind of a hybrid model of ALE. And it really is focusing on, when people think about ALE, they think about significant behavioral students, okay? But that's not the only purpose for ALE. Okay, we have lots of students who fall through the cracks. Students who have full-time jobs because they are providing for their families. Students who have homelessness. I mean, there are lots of reasons that a student might find themselves in an ALE. And so it's not just about significant behavioral. And so an ALE program a couple of years ago was created that had this hybrid model that did a much more flexible schedule with still wraparound support services. I have visited several of those sites, and I was skeptical in the beginning, but after visiting, it made sense. And you could see how for those students, that's what they needed to get them through graduation. There was lots of conversation about the cost of operating that type of program. And there were waivers in place of waiving class size for ALE rules, so you had lots of waivers to allow that, and then the full funding. So what we did in these rules is we tried to put some structure in place around that model that we have seen grow substantially across the state. And one of the things was we did increase the ratio. So when we increase the ratio of the number of students that could serve in that model, we decreased the funding amount for those students. And we basically said if the student is working in a hybrid model and only attending in person at school 50% of the time, they're going to, or less, they're going to only get 0.5 of the ALE funding. It's not foundation funding, it's the additional amount for ALE.
Okay.
Okay? So your student funding for you, that student is still getting that school district is still getting that full funding amount for having that student as a part of their school, but it's the additional funding for ALE. Okay? We've had lots of questions about whether or not we should be funding hybrid models for ALE. We've had lots of conversations around, are they effective? Again, I think it's about meeting specific students' needs who do have needs and need wraparound supports and services. One of the comments that when I was talking about this with someone was, if they can do virtual learning on their own, they're not an ALE student. And that's not who we're talking about here. If you're full-time ALE, you're not, or not full-time, if you're full-time virtual student, you don't qualify for ALE funding, okay? It's also not an option for a district just to say, you're at a behavior problem in our school and we're tired of dealing with you, you're going to the digital version of this. Okay, that's not what this is either. And these rules actually give structure to that and don't allow that, okay? So this is really kind of giving some flexibility for school districts to think a little bit differently about different types of ALEs that they could have within their districts. I do believe that there is a bigger conversation to have around ALE funding, behavioral, mental health, and I think that that's something that with adequacy, looking at that, there's more to do. For this particular revision here, it was really about trying to give some structure to an already approved model out there. And even that model, when it's being advertised to districts to consider doing it, it's really even advertised as it costs you only this much. And so, you know, it is recognized that there are some cost pieces that are not as high.
Okay. All right. That's very helpful. And I thought as many comments as we had, we needed to be sure to address and make it clear. Go ahead.
Stacey, let me just to clarify, we're not changing anything in the fact that each district has to develop and submit an ALE plan. Is that correct?
They still have to have an approved plan.
Okay, so, and if they choose to use this hybrid model, that would be submitted as part of their plan, even though they're paying for those services, or however it's happening through the co-op or whatever entity it is that has developed the model. It still has to be approved by, we still have to approve each district's plan individually.
Absolutely. And districts that you see that have a hybrid model in place already, they actually have several different types of ALEs generally. They usually do have an ALE on site that is to that smaller ratio with wraparound services that are more behavioral or mental health students needing support. And then they'll have like 3 or 4. In fact, later this afternoon when I talk about Pine Bluff, I'll actually share 4 different ALE models that they have set up in their district to address different needs of students.
Very good. Any discussion? Ms. Post, you have something you want to add to that?
No, I was just happy to see that the 15-to-1 ratio was kept. Having taught with 12, 13, you start getting towards 14, 15 kids, and it can be really difficult to meet all of those academic needs, but also the social emotional needs that are in the classroom. So I was happy to see that.
I'm glad you made that comment, and I think that was the right thing to do to take it back to what it was. I think we've got to get districts to start thinking about ratios and caps differently. And that even goes with class size for first grade, kindergarten, second grade. Just because it says you can have 25 doesn't mean you should have, depending on the students that are in that class at that time. So an ALE situation or class, there are times, depending on those students' needs, going up to 10 may not be appropriate. It's more appropriate to have 5 with an additional adult. But of course, it's all tied to funding, it's all tied to needs. But we just got to try to flip the conversation on that with people. But thanks for that comment.
Any other comments over here? Okay. Any questions or comments? Ms. McFettridge?
I think if you could just walk us through what happens when a child begins in a hybrid program and they're not successful. How does the school handle that? And then at what point does the funding, if the child goes back into the classroom, how is that done?
Very good question. So the district, we're going to have to make a way for districts to identify a student as being in a hybrid model, okay? It is a requirement within these rules for a district to, as they submit a plan for hybrid, that they have criteria set to determine whether or not a student is being successful. So based on their district plan, they should be following that. If a student's not being successful, passing their classes, meeting, doing the credits that they need to be doing or attending on days they're supposed to be, they'll be required to come to, required return to school. And it would just require the district to flip that student over into full-time ALE.
And then the funding is there for them fairly quickly then?
We calculate that by FTE, by the number of days that they're in the program. So it's a calculation based on how many, because a lot of students are not in there the full year. They're only in their partial year. And so it's based on the number of days that they're in there.
And it's reimbursed?
It's reimbursement.
So it's the year after they incur the expense that they get paid for that year's expense?
Yeah, it's a reimbursement.
Ms. Dean, you have a question?
No, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Is that good?
I think we've got it.
Well, I want to thank you all personally because Courtney Salas Ford said if I could get up here and explain these rules to y'all, that I would get a 6-pack of Diet Dr. Pepper. So thank you. I appreciate it. Good job.
All right. Okay, so I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rankin,
I'll second.
seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving on.
All right. Courtney Salas Ford to the department again. These next rules are the rules governing declining enrollment and student growth funding. And the only change that was proposed to these rules is as the result of legislation. Previously, a school district was only entitled to receive either declining enrollment or special needs isolated funding. And as a result of Act 909, districts can now receive both of those. And so that change was made. The only comments received were about grammatical types of changes, so we fixed those. No other comments were received, and so we are requesting final approval.
Okay. Any discussion on these rules? All right, we're ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve.
A motion by Ms. McFettridge,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Next rules are the rules governing the Star-Spangled Banner Act. Again, these rules are the result of legislation passed during the 2021 session, which requires school districts to play the Star-Spangled Banner at the beginning of each school-sanctioned sporting event and at least one time each week during school hours. The state board and the department were charged with drafting these rules, setting forth the types of Star-Spangled Banner renditions that could be played, and so we put those out, did not receive any comments, and so we are requesting final approval.
Any discussion on these rules? Okay, we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Motion by Dr. Moore,
I'll second.
seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, our last rules for the day.
Yes, these are the rules governing school safety, and we are actually looking to put these out for public comment. So this is the initial draft that was put together through collaborative work with the Arkansas Center for School Safety at the Criminal Justice Institute and the DESE Safe Schools Committee, which is representative of SROs, superintendents, teachers, counselors, mental health behaviorists. And so we meet usually about every other month, and the committee worked to put these rules together, which also very closely mirror the 2 acts that were passed during the last session. Most of the information has to do with the relationship between a school district and a law enforcement agency if they choose to have an SRO at their school. It sets forth the training requirements for both school district staff and the SRO, and has some other information in there about a principal's obligation to report criminal activity. That is actually not a new law. It's not a new requirement. It was just something that we felt was important to put with this other information so that it's all in one place and easy for school districts to access.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any discussion on these rules? All right. And these will be released for public comment pending Governor's Office approval.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Woods.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Under new business, Ms. Freno, I think our nominating committee is ready for a recommendation. Ms. McFetridge.
Yes, the nominating committee would like to bring forward Ms. Quita Newton as chair for the incoming year and Dr. Moore as vice chair for the incoming year. So.
Okay.
And so at this point, there can be an election today? Well, first we have to see if the candidates would be willing to accept the nominations. And if they are, there can be an election today, or there can be an election in May, at the state board meeting in May.
All right. So I'm okay. You're okay. Okay. So can we just? How do we proceed from here? Do we do both of them the same or separate? How do we proceed?
Okay. Do you know what I would suggest? First, you vote on adding this item to the agenda, which is the election of new officers.
Okay. All right. So we need a motion to add this item to the agenda.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Steen, seconded by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And I think it would be a good idea to handle them separately.
Okay.
Separate motions.
All right. Does it matter which one?
Nope, does
Okay.
not matter.
All right. So we'll start with chair first. Is that okay? And I feel really weird about doing this.
Well, you just say, does anyone have a motion?
Okay. Does anyone have a motion?
I'd like to.
A motion to accept the nominations of the nominating committee?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And
Okay.
I will move to accept the nominations of Newton as chair.
Okay. Do we have a second? That was Ms. Woods. Have a second?
I'll second that.
Second,
For
about-
years.
As long as I keep it one-day meeting, is that the caveat to that motion? Okay, so second by Mr. Sutton. Is it okay just to do a voice vote? Okay, all in favor?
After any discussion?
Any discussion? Okay, okay.
We're
all right.
excited. We're excited to have you again.
Well, thank y'all very much. Boys, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and thank y'all very much. It's an honor to represent y'all, and I hope I don't stumble too much over my words, because going from being a classroom teacher just for a few kids to doing this is quite a jump for me, but I appreciate your vote of confidence, and I'll do my best to serve you. So we're ready for a motion for vice chair, is that right?
I'll move to accept the nomination of the nominating committee for Sarah Moore to be our vice chair.
Okay, now we have a motion by Ms. Woods, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Would you like to say something?
Congratulations.
I'm here.
Okay. Thank y'all very much. We will do our very best, and I think all of you know, if you ever have any concerns, you can talk to Sarah. If Ms. Freno says it's okay, that you can talk to us. And we will do our very best to help any way we can. All right, so I have written here, hard stop for Ms. Sharon. Okay, so we're going to take a break, and how about we come back at 2? Would that be too long? Okay, 10 till 2, 1:50? Okay, about 10 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to resume our afternoon session, and we do have someone here for public comment on the rules governing student special needs funding. Ms. Lori Lamb, if you will come up, and you have an opportunity to give your public comments now. Okay, and you have three minutes.
Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you listening and hearing and caring about students and teachers, children, and school districts. I have something I would like to leave with each of you that just kind of explains a little bit about alternative ed, what we're doing. This is from our presentation at the Capitol each year. And there were 3 issues that I would like you to still consider in the future. I understand rules have already been done and approved early. You guys are incredibly efficient. That's the way that we run a great state. One would be considering the need for a caseload limit in alternative education. There's a caseload limit everywhere else, but in alternative education there's not. We are working with students that are coming from special education. We're working with students, all students, whatever the greatest needs of any district are, come into our programs. And because of that, we need the consideration of a caseload limit. Right now there's, as far as a class, but not a caseload overall. So we're asking for a caseload limit. I know that in the new rules it stated, you were even looking at it for the hybrid programs. There's a caseload limit. So we need one in alternative ed also. Another is the use and need of paraprofessionals in the elementary and middle school. Absolutely. That's when the most acting up, the most hormonal disconnection is occurring, the most anxiety, and the least amount of help and support. The younger the children, the more the fighting, biting, screaming, kicking, temper tantrum behavior occurs. Because of that, when a teacher like myself begins to work and intervene, they have to have the help of somebody else to take the kids who are not involved and keep them learning. We don't want to miss out on learning time. So the use of a paraprofessional is very instrumental and very important in an alternative education program. It's allowed, but only at the top end, and districts are very efficient and they want to use their money the best way possible, so they don't put paraprofessionals in until they're topped out. By that time, you've lost learning time in the during the greatest needs of the students. We want them to continue learning. The third is when you consider the new hybrid programs. I know this morning or this afternoon they were approved as hybrid ALE, and our suggestion is and will continue to be that they're called hybrid learning. Act 1240 through the waivers gave permission to all school districts to offer that type of program. You can go into about 80% of our schools and students can meet
Just, you can kind of bring it to a close.
Students can meet 2 or more of our qualifiers. Ours are the hardest to reach, greatest needs. We count on the school districts to do that. When we incentivize school districts to disenfranchise our greatest needs learners, we're doing a discredit to those children. The children in alternative education are the students with the greatest needs, who have the least amount of advocacy, that need face-to-face help and support daily. If they can learn at a distance as an independent learner, they are, and our ADM funding already covers that. Let's stop incentivizing the disenfranchisement of the hardest to need students, or hardest to reach need students.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb, and thank you for your suggestions. I saw lots of people perking up and listening to what you said, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you. May I leave these
Yes,
for you?
yes.
Tell me where I put them.
Just, if you'll hand them here, we will make sure everyone gets them. Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we're going to move into the report section of our agenda. Let me get it on the right page again. The first item on the agenda is board reports. Dr. Hill, are you ready, or you need a few more minutes? Okay, all right. Does anyone from the board have something that you would like to share? Okay, Dr. Moore?
Yes, so last month, or a few weeks ago, I don't know when, I went to the NASB, the State Board Association Conference, and it was great. It was great to meet with state board members from other states, to hear about some of the federal level issues going on, and then just to share stories and to better understand our role in different places. It helps me understand my role better in that sense. It was great. I am on their public education positions committee year-round, and so I kind of try to tune in to their board meetings and such. But if anyone else is interested in getting further plugged in, talk to me or Gina, because Gina's in here. But because it has been very helpful for me to learn and meet, again, people in our same positions. I know they have a fall conference every year that they're already starting to plug. So recommend y'all looking at that if you get those emails, and if you don't, I recommend them.
Okay. Someone else have something you want to share?
I've got
Okay, Ms. Spent-Fetridge?
I was able to go on a CTE tour, and with Mr. White and Ms. Post and Mr. Henderson, and we visited several schools in Springdale and Siloam, and it was a wonderful day. Got to see a lot of great things happening, so anytime we can get out, I recommend it.
Yes,
And Mr. White did a great job, and you can see the relationship he's really building with school districts.
Yes.
So it was a great opportunity, so thank you.
Excellent. Well, I saw pictures, and it looked like it was some great programs that y'all were able to tour. We had our ESSA steering committee meeting this last month, and Ms. Kaufman and her group updated us on the things that are going on around the state, and teachers and students are working hard, the department is working hard, making sure that the assessments are going to go smoothly, and gave us an update similar to what we had gotten last month, I think, on the progress toward the new assessment. And so it was just a good overall general meeting about the material and where we were at, but we're making progress, and we're sticking with our ESSA plan and working to support schools. I don't know if you want to come talk to them a little bit, but you can probably do it better than I can about this being, or you may want to wait till next month on the 2 new levels of identification that we're going to have. But I think everything's going along according to our timeline.
Yes, we stay on the timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we are coming to the end of what we would consider cycle 1 of implementation of our approved ESSA plan. And that means this is the last year in cycle 1 that schools can meet the exit criteria. It is also, 2022 is the beginning of cycle 2, and there's 3 years in a cycle. So with the 2022 data, schools will be identified based on the criteria that we have in our plan. So we will identify the lowest performing 5% and identify them. We will also be notifying the districts if they did not meet the exit criteria from cycle 1, then they will be cascading to a higher level of support at the beginning here of cycle 2, and then we'll go over with them their exit criteria for cycle 2.
Yes. Okay. All right. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Kaufman on ESSA while she's there? All right. Dr. Hill, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a continuation on. I've been working with Stacy real close, and I met with Commissioner Key and looking at the violence in our public schools throughout Arkansas. I just wanted, as we continue to move forward with the programming that Stacy has outlined and what we're trying to do, I wanted Dean Miller, he was my dean at Arkansas Baptist College, but he's run re-entry for the Pulaski County Sheriff's Department, and he took over one of the schools here in the Little Rock School District, and we're trying to create a model for best practices, and I just want him to come share a little bit as we try to create, I was telling Commissioner, a task force moving forward my last year on the board to have implementations that can fight violence of what he was able to do in the school really turn it around and just set a model for what we're trying to do in the other schools that involve this percentage of population to really address that particular population so we can improve learning for everybody in the school. So I want to applaud him for what he's done. I want to bring him to you to know what we're talking about, and Stacy has made these things possible for him to continue to expand in Pine Bluff as well as in Little Rock for what we're trying to do. And Brian Miller was my Dean of Men at Arkansas Baptist College, and he's now doing re-entry and prevention for Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, and I try to work closely with him to identify this population with strategic specific solutions. And he did an incredible job at Cloverdale Middle School and took young men who were being put out of school and kept them in with extracurricular activities. So I just want you to share a little bit with them. We'll come back for what you got planned on as we move forward through the summer and the fall, and then we'll bring back to the board later on.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just real quick, if I can give my kudos to thank you, Commissioner Key. Thank you, Ms. Stacy, and then I call her the scissors, Ms. Hope Washington. I'm sure she's here. She cuts through all the tape for us. She helps make sure the resources get to where they need to get to. So I'm very appreciative of her. My name is Brian Miller. Dr. Hill said I'm currently over the prevention programs at the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. Prior to that, though, I was the National Executive Director of the OK program. And my job there was to bridge the gap between the community, law enforcement, school districts, and states around the country: California, New York, Florida, Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. So I got a little experience in that. And Dr. Hill called me, and I'm back here. So just a quick analogy of what's going on, and I'm honored to be here. But we currently have a little situation in our community, and if you guys can indulge me for 30 seconds. So a quick analogy is I'm standing outside of a 8-story high building. Building's on fire, burning, full of my family. Fire truck pulls up, pulls right next to a fire hydrant. I feel good. I feel like this fire is gonna get put out. We're all there to help. We have our buckets. 20, 30 minutes pass. They haven't done anything yet. Family's dying. We go over to the firemen and say, what's going on? And they tell us, we're trying to strategically plan how to put out this fire, while yet the building burns. Sometimes that's what's happening in our communities. For once, we have the resources through the ESSER funds, in which there's tons of champions in here. The funds are here, but they're not reaching our kids in the matter that can help them. Our kids, which are leading the schools in suspension, arrests. I'm working at the jail. I go into jail after they commit murders, and eyes are swollen. They can't believe it. They want to start over. They think it's a social media world until they induct it with real life. So I'm thanking you all. I'm asking that we do create these task force, because we've done this around the country, and I believe that there's a specific things you all need to handle from the board standpoint, but then there are us who have a specialty in working with these young people. As you all know, this is transfer season. Everybody's in the transfer portal. What that means, all these coaches are recruiting. So all our boys are being recruited as well, but they're being recruited to gangs. And if we don't tell them we love them, somebody else is telling them that we love them. So it's very important, vital work, and that's why I was honored by Dr. Hill. He gave me the opportunity to work at Cloverdale, and the staff at Cloverdale, I can never even take the credit for what's going on at Cloverdale. That's the administration, that's Superintendent Poor. They've been behind this 100%, from buses to food and what Dr. Hill is doing. And actually, they had a fight almost every single day. And during the 6 and Go program, we didn't have any fights from our young people. They were challenging each other. A fight broke out on the campus, and they were stopping each other, saying, hey, we got a game. Matter of fact, they were in an apartment complex, and one of them didn't indulge in some criminal activity. And the guy who was doing security said, hey, who are these guys? He ended up providing a free trip for the guys to go to Dave & Buster's. So what we've done is we're doing what Dr. Hill asked to do, positive touches. We want to let these boys and young women know we love them more than these streets, these gangs, these negative influences, more than what's going on in social media. So we've committed to that. I think Dr. Hill asked us to meet with him 3 to 4 times. So working with Ms. Stacy and Ms. Hope, we put together a program where we're going to have peers in the schools every day, 2 of them on each hallway, to work with our young people, to give them a outlet, a positive outlet. These are still young people who can engage with these young people. They can be positive role models. So we're just in a pilot stage, and like Dr. Hill says, data is always behind a little bit, so I don't want to toot our horn too fast, because we just only have a cohort and a pilot. But what we've done around the country, we believe we can replicate it here. And we look forward to continue to do this work with these young people. We've implemented grade checks. We're going to use funds to use incentives, because these kids, you have to give them incentive to do the right thing. I know it doesn't seem like you should, but you do. And we're giving them incentives. We partnered with the Martin Luther King Commission. We're going to take them on trips, just different things. And we're doing it in 2-week cohorts. So we just keep them working right, doing what they need to do, completing their work, showing up on time, doing the things right for 2 weeks. Then we'll celebrate that. And we look up 2 weeks turns to 9 weeks. 9 weeks turns to semester. Semester turns to matriculation. These kids are being successful. So thank you for this time, and we definitely.
And I want you to give just a snippet of your background why I say the experience that he has prepares him for the experience on what his homeless life was, which we're funding through other things, where a mentor grabbed you from. Give just a little background of that so they'll know why you can relate to the kids who you're actually challenged with.
So this is a passion. It's more than just a job. But personally, my mother was on drugs. She left me in a hotel room. I don't know her to this day. You can Google it. It'll come up. And I grew up angry. I went to foster care. That didn't work out. My father was alcoholic, abusive alcoholic. I joined gangs. And I had a mentor who went to court for me, who was the founder of the OK program, Donald Norcross, went to court for me and was an advocate for me. And I tried to run him off. That's one thing I want you to realize. Just because he was there with all the support and the resources, I didn't automatically buy into it. I tried to run him off. And these kids will try to run us off. But I never ran them off. And through him working with me, through these incentive-based programs, I ended up going to college, earned a football scholarship, use what we try to correlate with these students, those street sense, you couple it with book sense, then you can be a leader in the community. So I ended up going to West Virginia, earned a football scholarship, and finished my master's degree, and came to work for Dr. Hill and working on books and doing other stuff. So this is a passion to me. This is giving back. It's not work, it's hard work. So I'm excited about it.
Thank you. We'll see if we have some comments or questions from the board. I just want to say how much we appreciate what you're doing, and I can tell it comes from your heart, and you're making a difference. You're making a difference in kids' lives, and that's what we want, you know, and that's what's going to be making a change. Secretary Key, did you have?
Yeah, just to say how much this goes hand in hand with the work that now that through transformation, Martin Luther King Jr. Commission is part of the Department of Education. And I saw Mr. Miller there last week. Big event.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember what the final count was, but I know they had students coming in from all over the region and the state to be part of Youth Nonviolence Summit. So it's not a Little Rock issue. It's not even a state issue. It's a heart issue, and there's no community that's immune from it. So we're working, and again, thanks to Stacy and to Ivy and everybody on the team that is looking for ways to support the work that's going on. So looking at this as something that complements the work that Mr. Scarborough and the team at MLK is doing, fits hand in hand with that. So appreciate you being part of it. And thanks for Dr. Hill for bringing this up. We're going to continue to talk about what this task force looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Y'all remember a few years ago we created a discipline
That's when I was
task force. We did see some positive things come from that. Not as much as maybe we had hoped for, but it was a step in the right. It's a first down.
That's right.
You know, and Coach Hill always talks about first downs and touchdowns. And, yeah, that was a first down. We need to make a few more of those. So I'm happy to assist with the work.
Well, thanks so much. And I think as we were just talking about alternative education, a paraprofessional, in my mind, that's what I kind of see those guys to be in the hallways to keep order going to what she was talking about, alternative education, to have those positive role models and mentors in that school setting to create, a disciplined environment so that the learning is not impacted for everybody. Oftentimes, when the Pareto principle, 80% of your problem comes from 20% of the people, but that affects 80% of the learning. So I think it's so impossible that we have those type identifiable role models tied into those kids, that taking them home, being with them, making sure they're doing this thing. So he did an incredible job, and he's been there, he understands, and I'm proud of what you're doing, and we got a lot of work to do, but thanks, Stacy, for supporting it, and we can keep on trying, like I said, doing a little bit at a time, and hopefully we can create a model that can be replicated to other communities based off the outcomes that we've seen.
Thank you so much, and we're thankful for your work. Dr. Hill, are you working toward a task force for our group?
Right, with Stacy, that's what I wanted to do, because what we've already started, we started meeting about 3 months ago, and that's kind of what has kind of come out of this. So I want to get back with her, but I want you all to know what our goals were, to get the support of the board. So this year we can kind of flesh that out, and then we can move forward to say, hey, these are things that we found, because he has the data from the kids who, from our school, that the teenagers, 14, 15, that's charged as adults. So I want to be able to take that data, look at those backgrounds, and say, here are the things that we need to be, what we're doing with city serve and all those things. We can put those complete support. Foster care is a huge deal. We find 50-60% of all shooters come from foster care. So how can we address that based on what we have to keep them in the home? So looking at this holistically, not just, as he said, a fire going out. We're sirens going out. We've been reactive. We just saw the governor say we need 500 more beds because of what it looks like strategically. What we build them, we fill them. So what are we going to do to make sure what kind of vaccination, what kind of vaccine can we get, to keep people from getting this homicide virus or this violent virus that's spreading through our community? That's what we're trying to create, a vaccine.
Yeah. What you're working on is kind of like what we were talking about this morning with the teacher pipeline. Let's fix the problem instead of trying to always do a quick fix. So thank you for your work, and keep us posted on how the task force is going.
Get back with her and bring the people in, and then we'll report back just like we did. I just want him to be able to.
Right.
It's great to hear from a person out there on the front line.
Yes, and I know you are like I am. We have one more year on this board, so I envision Dr. Hill twisting some arms in the near future, so to help him with this project, and so you might want to be prepared for that. So, but it's great work, Dr. Hill, and we appreciate all that you're doing for our kids, for our babies. So thank you for that. Ms. Post, are you ready for your Teacher of the Year report?
I was waiting on a second to jump in there, Dr. Hill, but I didn't want to speak over anyone. 3 faces of students went through my mind while he was speaking. I'll try not to cry. The first one was in a casket, a victim of gun violence. The second one is behind bars on murder charges, gun violence. And the third one is he's not there yet. So when we say that the building is on fire, that's the kid that I feel like can still be saved if he can get matched up with a mentor. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you're doing. Okay. Ross, let's switch to something positive. At the last board meeting, I asked Ross to show me some bright spots in the state that had to do with career and technical education. And I mean, I think within 24 hours, I had an agenda with hyperlinks and all these options. Ross is just phenomenal. So we went to see Don Tyson School of Innovation and some of the incredible work that they're doing there. And is it Harbor or Harbor? It's Harbor, okay. And then Harbor in Springdale. And then we also hopped over to your old stomping grounds in Siloam Springs. A lot of it I had seen before. It was just neat to see again with, the CTE work. But one thing that stood out that I had not seen yet and that I would really challenge all of you to jump in on was the women in aviation and the work that is being done for that. And I believe there was a guest speaker that was there this week. Can I call on someone? Can I call on Ross? Do you want to come up and, can I do that? Because I don't remember all the people. I should have it written down, and I don't. But the women in aviation, that to me was incredible. And just that classroom teacher that you showcased, they had, the classroom was set up to where kids could be logging hours towards their license, right?
Yep, they have licensed simulators, so that, and they're legit because they've made me fly them before, and we never took off, to say the least. But so they actually can log their hours. So through FAA, they allow those to actually count towards their hours towards license. But Jason McMullen is an instructor there at Springdale that has a strong passion for aviation. But at the same time, he has learned a lot about aviation and the need that exists there and across the country, and the shortage that it's similar to maybe what we might say is a teacher shortage. There's an aviation shortage as well. Oklahoma actually seems to be the biggest producer of pilots across the country, and so we lose a lot of students to Oklahoma. And so he's put a lot of passion into how can we, and I say students in the higher ed side going into aviation, what can we do to grow that there? So we have 6 districts in the state who, Springdale was the first to offer a pilot program in aviation. We've had 5 more join on. We have 3 more that are joining next year in this aviation, but through some work with Mr. McMullen on social media platforms, he's connected with a lot of different people, and he was able to bring in the 2 first female fighter pilots that were part of the Air Force and had them in last week. And they had a Women in Aviation program, and these 2 fighter pilots came in, spoke to students all over the Northwest Arkansas region, just to make them awareness of pretty much you can do anything you put your mind to, and their background and history. And that was all the work of him and his district.
And that is available on YouTube.
Yes,
I believe if anyone wants to hear that,
And I can share
they
the
were
link as
kind
well.
enough to give us access, I believe, for a month to
For
that
30 days.
keynote.
Correct. Yep. So it was a great event, and the work of them. So.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if I could even call you up here, so thank you. I knew you would do better. The second thing I mentioned earlier today, but I was able to go with Dr. Monica Riley, who was on the Zoom, but we didn't get to hear from her today, in partnership with University of Arkansas Fort Smith. We went to Spradling Elementary in Fort Smith, and I was able to observe 2 college seniors who are running 3rd grade classrooms very well, I might say. If you could see them in action, you just would never dream that they haven't graduated and been in the classroom for 5 or 6 years already. But what I want to add on to what I said earlier is that at the end, we kind of had Q&A with both of them, and a couple of questions that jumped out to me. One, I specifically asked, do you think that this approach to interning in a classroom should be offered to every college senior in education? Or do you think that, because evidently it was pretty competitive, and they said their teacher friends are all jealous that they were the 2 that were chosen. But I just wondered if there was more to it, like some soft skills where maybe they matched up with the mentor, or if they felt like this genuinely would be the best route for all seniors. And they said they'd get back to me on that. So they weren't quite sure, but it was a male and a female. The male teacher said that had he not been trained and mentored in the way that he was through this program, he doesn't think that he would be coming back to the classroom next year. But the amount of support that he had from this teacher of record, and I will say she is phenomenal, but the work that she's done, even in making sure that the 2 classrooms, because one of those used to be hers, but I couldn't tell you which one it was, but to make sure that they were kind of paralleled and that both teachers had access to the same library books. Everything was identical. So she had done a really phenomenal job of setting them both up for success. And then what I just shared earlier is that as the teacher of record, their success is her success.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just this really phenomenal level of accountability for those. Yes, they're seniors and they're still kind of viewed as kids, I guess, but we need them to succeed and she needs them to succeed. So they are getting incredible amounts of support. So I can't say enough good things about that program. Dr. Riley kind of asked that I start envisioning what that could look like at the secondary level, which would bring some unique challenges, but I definitely think it's kind of our path for the future. Last week, I think it was last week, I had the privilege of being interviewed with the Department of Education's Smack Talk podcast. Miss Robin Finley, who was my coach back in the good old days of junior high and high school. I have all these images flashing through my mind right now. Specifically, you're going to hate me for this. I'll probably have to run laps later. But her sitting in the middle of the track field in her lawn chair, yelling. I think the words were, "You're running slower than my grandma." I don't. It was something similar to that. But I was going to say, we won a state championship. I do know as a 9th grader, I got to run up on the team. No, but I have so much respect for that woman, and she gave me a unique opportunity. Initially, the request was that I bring one of my own children to talk about social media awareness. And I said, well, that would work if my kids had social media, but they do not have social media on their phones or on anything. So then we kind of played around with the idea of bringing a couple of students. It ended up just being me talking about my experiences in the classroom, and that is out. It has been tweeted and posted, so I would love for you to go hear that. I kind of tied my platform into some of it, but I think it turned out really well, and I appreciated that opportunity. At UCA this month, we had the State Educator Rising Conference, and I was able to speak 4 times. My teacher voice got a good workout. And it's always just so good to be with aspiring teachers, to see their passion and energy. But I did something I've not done before in an Ed Rising conference, and I said, just quickly, I like to know who's in the room, who my audience is. How many of you are, like, at least 99%, you are planning to go into education, you want to be a teacher? And only about half of the hands in the room went up. I thought, well, who are the rest of you? I said, okay, so how many of you are kind of on the fence? And still, I mean, like, I had not accounted for everyone in the room. And I thought for a second, I thought, these are high schoolers. How many of you are here because you wanted to get out of class today? And they were honest. Lots of hands went up, and I said, that's okay. My goal for the day is to talk you into being a teacher one day. So that was kind of the perspective that I took. And I'll say there were some high schoolers in tears because my stories resonated with their own high school experiences. But I talked a lot about representation in the classroom and how every student deserves to have a teacher that looks like them. And there were 2 young African-American ladies that came up to me afterwards. One of them was on the fence, and the other was a school skipper for the day. And they were both tearing up, saying, the first one, she said, my decision's made. I was on the fence, but after hearing your story, I know that there are lots of little girls out there that need me to set that example and for them to see a teacher that looks like them. And then this other girl, she said, I honestly was here to get out of school today, but after hearing you, I want to be a teacher. So I just thought, well, it doesn't get any better than that. And then the last thing I have is that tomorrow is Educator Signing Day. I get the pleasure of introducing Secretary Key, and then I think I get to do the countdown, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, everyone sign. So I'm looking forward to that. And I only have 2 more meetings left, y'all, so I'm starting to get a little sentimental. Yeah. When Jessica was here today, I even might have had some jealousy that she's about to get this chair. But thank you. It's been a good month.
Yeah. You have impacted not only those 2 young ladies, but just think of all the young people in the years to come that they will teach and impact because of what you did. So thank you. Thank you. All right. We are to the Commissioner's report.
Well, there are a lot of things that I would like to report on, but some of them I'm just going to have to save because we have big reports from Stacy and then a very important update on digital learning. But a couple of things. While Sarah was at NASB, CCSSO was going at the same time, and Stacy and Ivy and I were there. And I bring this up because this is relevant from a timeliness situation. You have probably heard, or if you haven't heard, you probably will hear about some of the challenges that our schools are facing with rising cost of food and the expiring waivers that Congress did not renew any waivers for the feeding program. So right now, where every student is eating as if they were qualified for free and reduced funding or free and reduced lunch, that expires June 30th. Is that right, Ivy? End of the school year. So we got the opportunity after the CCSSO meetings were over, which were very good. We got to brag on some of the work we're doing in Arkansas. We'll talk about that another time. But we did get to go up to Capitol Hill, met with Congressman Westerman, met with the staff of Senator Cotton, but we also got to meet personally with Senator Bozeman. Senator Bozeman is the ranking member on the Agriculture Committee in the Senate, which is the committee that has oversight of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which runs the feeding programs. I say all that to say when we explained the problem to him, he already had a depth of knowledge of what the issues are. And then he gave Ivy some homework. And so she got the opportunity to write up some potential solutions that he was going to take back to the Agriculture Committee. So he's very well aware of the situation, and is. We hope that there will be some movement one way or the other to provide some relief for our school districts. Otherwise, they're going to be looking for, well, they'll have to go back to that traditional way of accounting for free and reduced lunch, and the reimbursement rates are going to go back to their normal level, which do not account for the increased costs of food, and the challenges with the supply chain is something we also brought to his attention. Again, he was very well aware of that, but he was appreciative that we brought that information to give an Arkansas perspective. Also, before I turn it over to Stacy, you probably have heard this, but I'm going to tell you that if you've heard about a copy of the U.S. Constitution coming to Crystal Bridges, I'm going to tell you now that it's going to get a whole lot more exciting. Because one, we have a team working with Crystal Bridges to create the opportunities for Arkansas students to be able to go and see this document. But it's not just going to be this document. And I told the Crystal Bridges team I didn't want to get too far out ahead of them, but there may be some copies and early drafts of some of the other founding documents. There may also be a copy of the Emancipation Proclamation, the 13th Amendment, maybe. I can't say for sure, but all these things are being worked on. I don't know that outside Washington, D.C., there's ever been this opportunity, especially in this part of our nation, for the number and the quality of the documents that they are going to have in Bentonville this fall. And we are working hard to provide our teachers resources to incorporate learning opportunities. Obviously, the art that is at Crystal Bridges is going to be an integral part of their exhibition and the learning opportunities, folks. So as we know more, and Dr. Pride is working, she's met with Dr. Barth. Those of you that may not have heard, Dr. Barth has recently been appointed as the director of the Clinton Library. And so he has a strong interest in this as well. We're really excited about what this is going to mean as far as opportunities for our students and our educators coming up this fall. As we get more details, we will certainly make sure you all are aware of that. We might even try to schedule a state board meeting up in Bentonville, just so everybody on the board gets a chance. Maybe. We'll see how that all works out. My team's thinking he hasn't said anything about that yet. Why is he saying that kind of stuff? So anyway, just a couple of things that, and then one last thing is the Skills USA. We talked a couple of times about CTE this afternoon. If y'all have never been to a Skills USA competition, they had this week in Hot Springs a Skills USA, and that brings together so many of the, not just trade and industry, but criminal justice, medical, business. I mean, it's really that a culmination of many things in that CTE world where students were competing. You had some post-secondary students that were there competing as well. What was so impressive was the level of involvement and support from the private sector. Because they were there taking a day or multiple days out of their schedule to serve as judges, to serve as setup, you name it. They were there, and Ross's team was fantastic, but without that level of help that they were getting from the outside, that's what made it so effective. So for Danny and Muhlenberg and the team, I just want to say great job. This is obviously the first time they've had the opportunity for an in-person event again, so it's really exciting. You should be proud of the work that is happening in CTE, and we just want to make sure that those opportunities are being expanded for all students that want those. So I'll stop and see if you have any questions about any of those topics before we move on to Stacy's reports? Okay. All right, then at this point, I'll turn it over to Stacy for quarterly reports.
Mr. Dan. So I'm just going to go back to the Constitution thing for a minute. I'm worried that's going to be opening day and Commissioner Key's going to be pushing little kids down to get to the front of the line. Bring all the children, but let Commissioner Key go in first, children. Yeah, I bet we can make it happen as well. Well, good afternoon. So I'm going to give you an overview of quarterly reports for our district and our state authority. I am going to quickly hit on Lee County and Earl, and then we'll talk about Pine Bluff. I know that you've received several emails about Pine Bluff, so we're going to go a little bit deeper into some of those concerns. So on the Zoom with us today, I should have Dr. Miller, Britt Miller, and John Hoy should be on as well. They help support us in the district. So Lee County, let's start there. Some celebrations for Lee County on their interim assessments. We are seeing growth on literacy interim assessments. We have very intentional after-school programs and intervention blocks scheduled throughout the day in both the elementary and the high school. We have high participation at the elementary level. The after-school programming goes well into the evening. I want to say like 6 o'clock. I mean, it's a late night evening program. Basketball, district champions. That's a big deal. It's what keeps kids in school, keeps them coming, keeps them engaged. And Anna Strong's Odyssey of the Mind team was regional champions and state runner-up. Brent, who is on here, was a co-coach to that. And so those are neat things that are happening in Lee County. I want to tell you that 2 years ago, the OCSS team, if you had to draw straws in a district you were trying to stay away from because there were so many problems, Lee County was the straw you were trying to avoid. It's a different place. Strategic intervention, hands-on work, lots of people working hard, and they're making progress. And good things are starting to happen, and we're seeing it. There's a huge partnership between the Great Rivers Educational Service Cooperative, between Solution Tree, and between our office. It's probably one of the places in which we've seen a really good streamlined effort, and it's just kind of finally clicked. It took a while to get there. You had to build trust between the different entities and recognize that we're not trying to take over your work. We're all working on this together, and how can we move forward? We have very specific 30-day plans specific to the ACT Aspire, and that was one of those things that Solution Tree came in and kind of helped develop, and we were all like, man, this makes sense. So we continue to grow and learn as well when we have this collaborative partnership with many people helping. We have intervention time scheduled. They call it Trojan time. It takes place daily. And again, they're after-school programs. Wanted to touch base real quickly on some incentives for funding for teachers. This has been talked about a lot, actually. So teacher compensation for 21 last year. Teachers received $1,000 for additional work with their Ready for Learning plan with COVID. They also got $750 per semester for retention. So again, these are areas in which it's hard to get teachers to keep teachers. And they received a COVID vaccination bonus of $200. For this year, we increased the base salary by $2,000. Lee County actually got to the minimum salary requirements that were expected for this year. For next year. They also received another Ready for Learning bonus of $1,000, and they also have that retention of $750 a semester, which they're using their different federal funds and ESSER funds to help with that. Continued focus. We have to continue to make sure that core instruction is at the right rigor and the right stuff. And there is still a lot of novice teachers. There's still a lot of teachers that are not licensed. So there's still lots of direct support happening. The other day, we did a walkthrough, and at the end of the walkthrough, it was, you know what, the things that we had provided them to do, they were doing it. We could see it in every class. Was it at the right rigor? Was it done in the no, but everybody was doing it. And so we have a place to work from. So those are positive things. So we've just got to continue to strengthen instruction in the classroom. Human capital, this is a big area. We've been talking about it several times today. And it's a continued focus for this district. And this district is getting really brave and going out there and looking at innovative things. And Brent Miller, Brent, are you on here?
I believe I am.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
I can't see you, I can just hear you.
Oh, good.
So Dr. Miller used to actually be here at the department in teacher effectiveness, and then he's been with the OCSS team as a principal leader for a while. Willie Murdoch, the superintendent in Lee County, she just decided to go out and hire people from my team. So Brent is actually going to become working with Lee County full-time, specifically on teacher recruitment and retention. So we'll address that with her and her, when we do her evaluation. But, the fact that she recognizes that Brent has a skill and he's very innovative. Brent's the one who brought in a university from outside. He brought their student teachers into the school, matched them with teachers, and they taught lessons and created, educational corners in the classrooms and gave these people an experience of come see what we have to offer here. This is a neat place and a neat school. Brent, do you want to make any comments about Lee County since you're on here?
No, I mean, I think the slides encompass it really well. They're doing a lot of great work, and it's just been fun to partner with them, and they've taught me a lot, and I hope I can continue to support them and support the work y'all are doing.
We appreciate you. Okay, do you have any questions about Lee?
Idea of turnover for this coming school year?
Brent, do you have idea of turnover? How many teachers are we losing?
It's at the high school at this time, maybe a handful. It's not looking, compared to years past, it's looking a little better at the high school, which is good. At the elementary, I think it's about 6 to 8, but a lot of those are retirees. And so we are pleased to see that the teachers we're hiring seem to be wanting to stay. And so the number at the elementary is a little higher than we would like it to see. But again, a lot of that is retirees and people that are aging out of the profession. It's not necessarily people who are just choosing to leave education in general. So we got a lot of holes to fill and a lot of things we got to get creative with, but we can do it. We'll make it.
Well, and something else in Lee County too. So when Willie became the superintendent, she's from that community. She knows a lot of people. She went and knocked on doors of retired teachers and said, please come back. I think you got a few more years in you, and talked people into coming back. And so we saw that. All right, moving on to Earl School District. Some highlights from this quarter. They also had an Odyssey of the Mind team, and they were awarded second place and fourth place, and they've also qualified to go to the OEM, the larger national competition in Iowa. They had a junior receive honorable mention top 10 in a math competition, and they have begun their phase 1 of their HVAC project with their COVID funds to improve air quality. They also have set tutoring times and intervention times throughout their schedule. They have some intentional time on Wednesday for intervention and for planning as a district. They've really tried to strengthen their intervention and be more specific about what they're delivering to students during those Wednesday times. Ryan, who works on our team, works directly with the principal at the high school, strengthening that and providing support there. We've done a lot of work on curriculum resources in Earl. They applied for a literacy grant and a math grant for additional materials. Carol from our educational ombudsman, she actually works with this district. She's helped with them with literacy curriculum, and we've just had some other adoptions going on at Earl. Compensation for teachers, they are still under the state salary requirements. They're gonna next year have to give another increase to meet the minimum requirements for the state. They did meet to the level that you had to be, but for FY21 last year, they had some step increases. They had some ready for learning additional compensation that we were able to do, which kind of offset the fact that their salary wasn't as high. So we were able to do $1,200, and then they also had a $750 semester retention, and they had a COVID vaccination incentive also for $200. On FY22, they did have a base salary raise of $1,100, and we worked on the steps as well. We have an attendance incentive in Earl for teachers to come. It's an additional $1,800. It's given out 3 different times during the year in $600 amounts. but there's an incentive, and that's tied to their ESSER money. So those are other additional funding opportunities for those educators. Continue working on full implementation of the fiscal distress plan. This district still struggles financially. This has been an area that we have worked on weekly. Tracy Webb on Greg's team works weekly with the superintendent and building capacity about really understanding and being able to communicate your finances, having a better understanding of what needs to be cut so you can make it. We are watching closely their ADM. For 3 years, they had lost 40 students, 40-something, 40 students, and then last year lost 10. And so this year, going into this next year, watching their student count, it's going to be important. They are, John, are you on here? I want to say they're like 425, 415, somewhere in there. They're not under 400, but they're close.
Yeah.
John?
I'm here. They're at about 420 as of last count in the third quarter.
Thank you, Mr. Hoy. Recruiting and retaining quality staff is also something we're closely watching. Last year in the high school, we had to contract with outside services for digital instruction because we couldn't find certified teachers for teaching core content. So I think it was 7th, 8th, and 9th grade had English that was taught by a digital teacher. In the high school, you had several math courses above, I want to say geometry, that were all taught by a digital teacher. And so those are, can we get in-person teachers? How does that impact students' outcome? All those things are things we have to continue to watch. Any questions about Earl? All right, that moves us to Pine Bluff. So I'm going to start with Pine Bluff with where we started. Dan, can you change the picture on the side to just be like a single so we can see the whole slide? That works even better. In January, I showed you a timeline, a projected timeline to think about with the district. And so I want to start there. There's been some statements that Pine Bluff School District has been under state authority for 8 years, and that's not accurate. November 2018, Dr. Owa, the district went under state authority. Dr. Owa was in that district for 8 months that first year. Second year that Dr. Owa was superintendent, that was another complete year. I want to note that in March of 2020, that very second year is when we shut down for COVID. And actually, Jefferson County shut down the week before spring break. They were the first to shut down and never reopened. Okay, so a year and 8 months with Dr. Owa shutting down at the end of, or right there in March. Okay, for some reason I'm not clicking. There we go. So that brings us to Barbara Warren. So the first year that Barbara Warren was superintendent was last school year. And she was the superintendent of both Dollarway and Pine Bluff, and they were not annexed at that time. Annexation took place this summer, and so we're 9 months in. So she has currently been the superintendent of Pine Bluff for a year and 9 months. So I quickly want to walk through this right here. In 2020 and 2021, she was superintendent of 2 districts last year. And I just want to say that that year was recognized as one of the most difficult years in public education. Ms. Warren established innovative, ready-for-learning plans that prioritize safety in the face of the unknown. Jefferson County, again, was the first to shut down. And to this day, you go to a meeting in Pine Bluff and people are still wearing masks. Okay, there is still a high amount of fear in the community related to COVID. Last year, she created a plan in which minimized transition for students, prioritized safety for teachers. She ensured that digital curriculum was purchased in all subjects for all grades, and the district went one-to-one with technology. 2 districts. She had regular weekly Zoom meetings with the community leading up to the new school year about what was happening and what the changes were. They had on-site pickup for your computers and on-site assistance to set your program up if you were having trouble. They put Wi-Fi out in the community. Lots of things happening. She created a schedule at the school that allowed for teachers to have additional planning time. She created a schedule that allowed for there to be specific cleaning and sanitizing in all the buildings. She maintained and kept daily reporting of COVID cases and tracing. She provided access to PPE along with the state. She organized vaccination clinics, and she advocated for one of the highest vaccination incentive rates for her teachers. She operated 2 district business offices, business operations, and she met district requirements. She showed improvements in both fiscal audits for both schools. And she created a wellness plan to follow up for students that were digitally learning and that were not being active. We have confidence in Ms. Warren. Academics. Some have said that teachers don't have curriculum, don't have materials, don't have access to materials. And last year, whilst Ms. Warren was superintendent, the programs on the board are things that were purchased last year. We continue to purchase programs for literacy that align to the science of reading. These are all programs that are approved. She also made sure programs had online access for students that were off-site. She made sure that the middle school program, when you start getting to middle school and secondary, programs for literacy, for science of reading, that's where schools struggle. She ensured that those were purchased last year. She ensured that teachers had math materials, new calculus text, and again, digital resources for all. This school year, now we're one district. We're trying to have some consistency between 2 districts that were pulled together. You can see literacy materials again that were purchased, professional development being supported, direct coaching being provided with these materials. It was identified that social studies needed new materials. A committee was formed, and plans for a new purchase are for next year. Science is on a yearly rotation, and those are consumable materials. And there is also still a variety of digital resources that teachers have access to. So if there is a teacher in the district that does not have curriculum materials, they need to go to their classroom lead teacher, they need to go to their building specialist, they can go to their assistant principal, their principal, and we will make sure that they have the materials and resources that they need. I asked my staff to do complete walkthroughs identifying to see if there was a need, and we have an entire report, if you guys want that at some point, of curriculum materials for the district, giving you specifics on what each building has, what was purchased, who didn't have stuff. And a lot of times if they didn't have it, they didn't go pick it up. We identified some that had the resources in their classrooms, but they had not opened them. But when I say that, those are isolated. We have hard-working teachers in the Pine Bluff School District working every day. And you're not hearing from them. Is it hard? Yes. Are they struggling? Yes. If the district had everything right, we wouldn't be there. So they have the resources. So new efforts put in place in response to needs for this school year. So these are things that just started this school year. So mind you, this is her second year to start the district, 9 months in. These are things that have been put in place this year. We've added social worker to every campus. Beginning of the year, and you heard this in a previous quarterly report, the beginning of the year we had over 700 students that did not return after COVID. She created plans on finding students. We've identified where the majority of the students were, brought over half of them back to the campus, and identified where the other half went. They knocked on doors. Efforts to expand security at the school. The district is solely responsible for security personnel. There is no outside assistance. They pay for the security that they have, and I'll go into that a little bit more. She's been an active participant on the gang reduction initiative in Pine Bluff, and was the reason in which the state supported the community effort in addressing gang violence. Continue to provide ongoing professional development in the areas of new curriculum, making sure that people have the coaching and supports needed for that, science of reading, professional learning communities, and academic content. She added a retention and recruitment specialist to her district level staff, full-time. They're establishing student intervention teams at each campus. So again, is it perfect? No, these are all things that are going this year and trying to get everybody up to speed on. She expanded in engagement in community efforts. Not perfect, but we're working on it. She blended operations and district positions for two districts into one. She created an HR ticket system, electronic ticket system, to deal with response to concerns about human resources that we were having. We've had 3 different business office managers in 3 years. She has an ALE collaboration with the Arkansas River Educational Service Cooperative. The Explore Academy is a new initiative in partnership between Watson Chapel and the Pine Bluff School District and this co-op. We have school districts from around the state coming to see this Explore Academy. It's pretty phenomenal. It's meeting the needs of 7th and 8th grade students. It is hands-on, it's innovative, it's a safe place, it's a model. And we have people coming to see that. The After Focus program is specifically for students who have been expelled from school. So it's an after-school program that is in the evenings. They're provided supper. They're supposed to attend so many nights a week. We work in coordination with the county judge. They maintain their records, so they're still getting their education, not just being expelled and you're out of school permanently. There are efforts there to support. The Focus ALE program is their regular the ALE program. It's a solid program. The Flex program is the hybrid program that we talked about earlier. So they have 4 different options in their district. They have added school improvement specialists to each campus this year with their funds. They have 3 district improvement specialists who specifically, one works for virtual, one works on dyslexia, and one works on STEM. And we still had a digital learning plan and are servicing students online. And I'm not going to stand here and tell you that every one of these is running smooth. These are all things that we have responded to because of a need that she identified and has implemented a program. 9 months in. She's done a lot of confidence in Barbara Warren. So this slide right here shows the central office staff. We are missing 2 assistant superintendent positions. One was filled right at the beginning of the school district. Jonathan Crosley down in Hope, doing a great job down there. We were unable to fill that position. Second position, personnel reason, we have an unfilled position. We brought back Dr. Melvin Bryant as an interim assistant superintendent. He joined us in January, second semester, to help assist us in the district. What I want to note is that everybody that's highlighted in yellow is in a new position in the district. These are our these are our building level principals. So if they're highlighted in yellow, they are either new to their building or new to their position. Doesn't mean they're an inexperienced administrator, but it means they're new to that building, or it means that they're a new administrator. So when we talk about communications, we talk about systems, we talk about structures, we have a lot of novice new people in new places that we're trying to create that. So when people say communication, when folks say the system, there are some real problems we're trying to address, okay? This group right here, one thing I want to note, all of those are assistant principals or principals. They're all expected to do at least 10 classroom walkthroughs a week. We want them in classrooms, and we're documenting that. That started in December, and our team assists with that. Efforts in collaborating with the community. These are meetings that Ms. Warren has attended or has led in her community to provide information, individual meetings of where she's met with folks. So efforts to communicate, efforts to meet with people occur. But I do want to say this. We have a school district to run, and she has buildings and administrators and school people that need her. And all-day meetings, we got to be in our schools. That's where our focus has to be. And that's where we're committed to being. We've talked about Pine Bluff teacher pay. So last year, we had a Ready for Learning plan in Pine Bluff that she came up with to, again, you have to have a plan with the money for ESSER. You have to have a plan. You just can't say, here's the money. You have to have a plan. And it has to be related to responding to COVID. So if you look here, she had a multiplier based on daily rate, number of days that you were in attendance, and your amount of exposure. So if you were on campus delivering face-to-face instruction, you were considered direct, and you had a multiplier of 1.5. With that rate, you could get up to $2,900. And you could see how she has it. So if you were a virtual teacher all time, the whole time only doing virtual, you could get $734. So that was last year. This year, we have an attendance incentive. We have an attendance issue in our district. So she created an attendance incentive plan. It started after school started, so the certified amount was $4,500, the classified amount was $2,700. The requirement to get your pay is you have to have a 95% attendance rate. We've had complaints that we have a requirement with this, and we have complaints that it wasn't 90%. 90% would be you'd miss 18 days. You can lose your job and get written up for missing 10. So if we're going to have an attendance incentive, it needs to be higher than the bar for losing your job. So I think 95% is still missing 7 to 8 days. '21-22 vaccination incentive bonus, $500 for her staff. She had a certified base salary increase of $900. And there was some consistency in the base salary schedule on 1 to 15 years on getting that to $725 in the steps. Next year, we have a sign-on bonus and a return bonus. So if you do your intent to return within your time frame and you return, you'll get a $1,000 bonus in October. If you get hired late by August 1st, you can get a $1,000 bonus for coming to the district. We have the attendance incentive in the plan for next year, and it's a full $5,000. And there is a current analysis of the current salary schedule. And she advocates for funding for teachers because, again, she has hard-working teachers in the district. There are people there working every single day. Critical areas to be addressed: school safety, establishing local board zones, high school construction project, and misinformation. So first I want to talk about school safety, specifically Pine Bluff High School, and the misinformation around this. Pine Bluff High School is an open campus. It has 10 buildings. 2 of those buildings are 2 stories with outdoor walkways. There's even a catwalk that connects another building that we've had to completely close off. The building itself, there is known gun violence with youth, which puts the school at a higher risk. Since semester, we've lost two students since semester to gun violence. Whether it's 3, whether it's 4, whether it's 6, when you talk to the students, the number changes. But every student in that school can tell you somebody who has died from gun violence in that community. And every student in that school can tell you a peer that is sitting in a jail. Every one. We have unauthorized adults on campus. We had a student walk out a couple weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago. And actually, I want to say the students actually behaved very well, and I want to credit Ms. Warren for not escalating the situation. Because police were called, police were there, and she said, no, we're not making this a law enforcement thing. Let's get people in the stands, let's try to talk to people, let's encourage people to get back to class. We had adults waiting for kids to walk out with their cell phones recording. That's not putting kids first. We had it being talked about on the radio before it happened. That's not putting kids first. We got kids back to class by that afternoon, but what became very evident that day was when you asked kids why they were out, there were two reasons. One said, because I don't want to go back to Jack Roby, which I'll talk to you about that, and the other was, we've got kids dying. And when you listen to the kids talk, they're hurting. Teachers are hurting, and students are hurting, because they can name anywhere from 3 to 6 people that they know this year who have died. Unauthorized foot traffic throughout the day. We have people cutting through the campus. We have students cutting class. On our discipline data for cutting class right now, I'm showing that there's been 142 infractions of cutting class. They can go any direction to get off campus. Those are the ones we catch. We know that there's affiliation with youth gangs. We have had fights on campus that are significant fights that were considered fights between gangs. 2 of which were significant fights that resulted in several arrests. We had an altercation where several students were involved where a parent came on campus and swung at a child and got arrested. We have 4 security officers assigned to Pine Bluff High School. We have 2 additional commissioned police officers assigned to Pine Bluff High School that were hired in December and January. We have contracts with off-duty police officers to be on site as available. This is all funded by the district. At this point of showing, the district has spent close to $500,000 on security alone that they fund. We have 4 building administrators on this campus, and we have created zones in which we have adult supervisions and adults in place for supervision, watching kids. We have decreased in behavior incidents, all right? We have moved and closed buildings and readjusted to respond appropriately. So we've got people working really hard to keep kids safe. We have security cameras outside and inside classrooms. They carry handheld radios at all times. This week, we had to lock down the campus because of a shooting that happened on the corner of the campus. The shots were heard by an officer on the school grounds, and they're the ones who called the police. I want to say that the Pine Bluff Police Department shows up when called. They have a presence around the campus. Okay, they're short-staffed too. So this is not to, I'm not, and we can't arrest our way out of this. Okay, we have lots of stuff to be working on. But the school district is trying to provide a safe environment for students. Discipline incidents, as far as right now, there's 141 fighting incidences that have occurred that have been reported into e-school at the campus. You have 26 that were reported as a physical attack or harm on a student, so that's an additional one. Disorderly conduct, 229 instances of disorderly conduct from students at the school. So it's a constant intervention, prevention, what can you do, and de-escalation of trying to keep everything calm in the campus. All doing this on a very open campus. On the day that we had the student walk out and you actually had adults on campus filming, police would ask adults to leave. They wouldn't. But again, she made the decision not to escalate it. We kept everything calm. People eventually left. and she got to talk to kids. She came to school the next week. She organized listening sessions with her students, and she sat down with 9th graders, 10th grade, all the kids, and she talked to them, and she listened to their needs. So, considerations for, I am going to flip one back to this one more time. I can't think of another school district in this state that could name 3 to 4 students that they have lost this year to gun violence in one school. Greg Rogers last week said, "Stacy, you got to find balance about this." I don't know how you find balance about this. This isn't okay. So, that gets us in this conversation about school safety at Pine Bluff High School and conversations pertaining to configurations. Now, I'm going to be very clear when I say this, because this has been, misinformation is in the public, and we have met with people and we have said this. There is no final decision. We are trying to figure out what to do, and we are trying to listen to people. So we have to decide, what do we do about the high school campus in the current situation we're in? One of the proposals was to remove the students from the high school campus until a new high school is built, because they have partnership money now to build a new high school. There is much community resistance to this. Students have voiced concerns about feeling like they're being pushed back to their old junior high, and they're going back to junior high and it's not their high school. Community is characterizing this as an attack on their historic high school. It would result in us doing something like this. It would result in multiple grades and staff moving buildings throughout the district. It would be very difficult. A second consideration that's being considered is just to start reducing the number of Pine Bluff High School kids on the campus to 10th through 12th grade. So that would impact basically 6th graders and 9th graders. We would keep 9th graders at their current campus. We would push 6th grade down into the elementary. We did have a city official encourage the district to look at doing K-8 schools. So a K-6 thing is kind of in line with that. So it wouldn't be as many being as impacted, and it would be, instead of 6th graders, they would just be their 5th graders currently staying. They'd stay where they're at. And then the 9th graders would stay where they're at. It would be the teachers that would be shifting. We still need to gather feedback on that. She's planning on setting up specific meetings with teachers that would be impacted in those grades, a parent advisory group to get feedback. If we were to keep kids at the Pine Bluff High School, we need to put fencing around the current campus. The thought of putting up a really tight, secure fence has mixed views, but we got to keep people off the campus. We've got to limit our entry points to the campus. The campus is still open, the buildings are still open, kids have to be able to travel back and forth, but we have got to control who's coming onto our campus during the day. When she was having conversations with students, they even asked about, what about metal detectors? What about scanning? We don't have an access point to do that right now. We come in every direction. Campus is open at all hours. Anybody can come on there after hours. Third option is to remain the same and just put up a fence. So there are some really difficult decisions to make, and they're going to make, Ms. Warren is going to make a recommendation to that soon. But student safety is the priority here. But no final decision has been made. We need to establish local board zones. So we have done this in Earl, and we have done this in Lee County. We have their new board zones established. Those have been approved by Commissioner. Those are out. For Pine Bluff, we're still working on it. We worked with GIS Arkansas, who proposed 3 board zones. We made sure and had a newspaper article that covered the different zones and the proposals. We have them on the website. We did host a public meeting, and during that public meeting, the community proposed a 4th option. That fourth option did not meet the criteria. However, that fourth option did get the, GIS Arkansas was like, it gave us some thoughts, and so we were able to create a fifth option based off of the ideas behind this option, and so they came up with the fifth viable option. All those 4 board zones are currently on the website for public input through the rest of the week. So I made a note there on the bottom to just kind of remember this part about establishing board zones and why that's important for you. High school construction project. So the district submitted partnership application March 1st, 2020. Anytime you say March 2020, you go, wow. They submitted their application. They were approved August of 2021, right before this school year, when we thought, we were all shutting, panicking again about the digital learning plans at that point. Total projected project cost is $22 million, almost $23 million. State share, $12.8 million. District share, $10 million. The state, when I say the state, Commissioner Key, myself, even Barbara, in terms of, we believe that the decisions around the high school construction project reside within the local community. We strongly believe that. And there are some big decisions to be made around this construction project. It impacts their local funding and how they're going to raise funds for their district share. They do have to do a millage extension, but they have to decide if they want to do a millage increase because they want to expand the project. Also, they have to have considerations of the increase in construction cost. Right now, Mr. Tim Kane, I talked to him yesterday, he said districts were seeing anywhere between 20 to 30% increase in construction cost. That would come out of the district's share. So that means they would have to have more than the 10 million.
Stacy, let me add something to that, because there had been a comment at some point, maybe multiple comments about, well, we got this money approved from the state, in August of 21, and why didn't we go ahead and get something going? And I would just point out, if we had moved forward and had local funding available, or a millage extension or a millage increase, and we were currently in the middle of a construction project, we would be in a situation like a few other districts that we've heard about that are in the middle of a project, and they don't know how they're going to finish it because the increases, the inflation for construction has gone up so much that their millage increase is not enough to cover it. And so really sometimes you have to count your blessings, and sometimes they don't look like blessings, but that's one that I think is a blessing, because we would be in even a more difficult situation had we moved forward with any type of project and be faced with that the conundrum of how do we come up with the extra funds that are needed, or scale back, or whatever the districts that are in that shape now are going to have to do, because that would have been about the same timeline that we would have pursued had we immediately moved forward on a project.
The district needs to, the local community needs to decide on the actual scope of the building project and the final design. But they need to have say in that. There is misinformation out there about this original plan that was submitted under partnership, that's the full plan. That's a very one-dimensional plan to design to identify square footage, potentials, what you need, but it's not the blueprints and the final layout. It's not there. Location, and I want to talk about this because this is where the wheels went off the wagon back in January. So there's lots of misinformation about the location of the new high school. So Ms. Warren, in January, at her report to the public, shared with the community at this community meeting, we have partnership money, we have a funding project, we are going to get to do high school. We need to start thinking about putting together a facilities committee. And in that meeting, she said a proposed idea or suggestion is, instead of building at the current location, we build at the Bel Air site, which is on the other end of town. It's land they have. It's a suggestion. And she has sound reasons for that suggestion. There is no final decision. It was a transparent effort to tell the community, here is another option for us to think about. From that moment that she made that proposal, it has been this constant thing of our schools are under attack, our historic high school. And so when we talk about safety and configuration and what do we need to do right now to keep kids safe, we're mixing it with this, oh, they have plans to move the high school somewhere else. We have not made a decision about the high school construction project, and we don't think that it is our job to do so. We believe it is the local community's job to do so, and that has been said. So that, where I say that consideration of an appointed local board, okay? Earlier when I gave you a timeline about appointing a local board, we talked about by next November, trying to do something. I think this opens the door up for us thinking about trying to do a limited local authority board earlier, August, September. And they're taking over the roles and responsibilities on this facilities plan and proposal. We start with a limited authority, but they take the lead on this as a community. It's their money, it's their vote, and they have the energy around that. So that is something that we'll be coming back and talking to you about.
Stacy, can we stop here for just a second? Go back to that slide where it talks about the millage extension and millage increase to be able to fund their district share. When would a decision for that have to be made?
So they could do a millage, so the earliest one was August, but that's not going to we're not going to meet that. So then that would push them to several dates on that. Remember? Yeah. Yeah, so probably in the spring.
So if we had a board then by August, September, that would give them plenty of time to work through that to get that decision made then? Okay.
Do you think the community would pass a millage increase?
You know, what's interesting enough is I think they would. I mean, I think they desire a new state-of-the-art facility for their students or an improved high school. You hear that. And even in all the communication that you guys have received, these are people who love their community and want the best for their kids. And so I think they want state-of-the-art facilities. When at the public meeting, when we talked about the facilities, you had people who came down to the microphone and said, you know, when we go places, we're embarrassed when people come to our site. I mean, people were actually sharing that. You know, athletic facilities were discussed that same evening, and again, that's what keeps kids engaged and keeps them at school. Yeah. So the facilities in Pine Bluff are not the same, and they have not been maintained for a while. That was one of the complaints we received, is the upkeep of the current buildings. They've not been, it's been an issue for a while. So yeah, I do think they would. If they want to do more things like add on about a gym, they're going to have to, that's where that discussion on increasing your millage. That's the scope of the final project that they have to decide. So this I showed to you in January, so that's that next phase. I had originally said January for a limited authority board, you know, with it December or November and like thinking about that, but the concept now would be consideration for a state board to appoint a limited authority local board in August, September, but do it by the new board zones. So we get those new board zones established. The state board comes up with a process on how they could appoint, you know, representation throughout the district for them to work on that project.
So where would we be on establishing the new board zones?
So that will hopefully be done by the end of the week. We have 4 board zones that are out for proposals. Into the 22nd, next week, end of next week.
Okay.
So we have those zones drawn up and getting feedback from the community so a recommendation can be made.
So by the end of the month, we would have those zones established and start looking in those zones. Okay.
Any at-large positions?
No.
So those are 4 board members or 2?
There are 7 board members.
So some have 2.
No, they had 7 zones.
There's four,
There'll be 7 zones.
4 different proposals, I think is what the deal is.
Yeah.
Keeping in mind too that with the annexation, this is now what used to be the Dollar Way district, having to take into account the population and all in that the former Dollar Way district.
So community assistance. So how can the community help us right now? We're getting lots of feedback on what we're doing or not doing. One of the comments that we received was that students need more extracurricular and that the school needs to be responsible for having more extracurricular activities for students. And I agree that extracurricular activities are something, and it's something that a school that's fully functioning and functioning effectively would have lots of different opportunities for students. But we could use the community's help on this. This would be an opportunity for the community to step up and help us create opportunity where we're not leading it. We can provide transportation to activities after school, but this is an area that community could help. Also want to encourage the community to engage in other community efforts. There's multiple things happening in the Pine Bluff, Jefferson County area. Volunteer to assist in supervision and mentoring on campus. We need mentors. We need people to help with supervision. We will take you as a volunteer. Volunteer to assist in supervision of students walking home after school. This is something that Ms. Warren met with the Minstrel Alliance before school started about setting up zones for buses and dropping off, making sure kids were getting home safely. We still need that. Substitute teach. We need substitute teachers. And we have certified teachers that live in the community. We'd love for you to come and teach part-time if you can. Help us be part of the solution. Communication assistance. Direct school personnel issues back to the district. This is a big deal. We are having city officials come to us with, teachers complain to me that they don't have curriculum. They need to direct that person back to their school. We had an unsubstantiated personnel concern of no confidence for the high school principal for Dollarway that was sent to the press, pages, when we don't have a single grievance filed following district policy. Sent to the press. Ms. Williams is an outstanding principal. My staff has worked with Ms. Williams for the last 2 years. Consider her to be one of the really good principals. She's in classrooms. She has a rigor and expectation. And so information just flagrantly shared and not following any type of process or even attention to individuals or people. This is a lady who shows up to work every day working for kids. She's hurting. And was it helpful? It wasn't helpful. Follow Pine Bluff School District on social media and on the website for current information. We will commit to trying to improve our efforts on making sure accurate and timely information is communicated on the website and through social media. Asking the communication to, if people are going to share constructive criticism, do it in a manner that does not harm the district or the community. Phrases like, our historic schools are under attack, is misleading. There was a whole commercial made about using that phrase about coming to the facilities committee meeting when we were trying to develop a committee for people to come with that tagline. So was it a productive meeting that night? We shared some really good information, but we also had times where people were booing. So we want to hear what, we know we're not doing everything perfect. We know it. Help share positives about the district, because again, everything we're talking about is we got a lot of people, we got more people in that district working hard for kids and care about kids than not. We got more principals showing up to that district working hard every day caring for kids than not. And we got a superintendent showing up every day to a school and a community working for kids. The school is a reflection of the community, not the other way around. Right now, the argument being made is we've got all these problems in our community because the school's not producing graduates that can do anything. But that's not the case. There are a lot of things that we need to improve in that district or we wouldn't be there. And there are a lot of things that we continue to have to work on, and we will commit to doing that. But the school is a reflection of the community. And there's a lot of messes that we're trying to work through, but we're working through elbow to elbow with some really, really good people. And so I don't want some of the letters and posts and news stories to take away from so many good people that are there. Ms. Warren is here if you have any questions specific to her or any questions specific to me.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing to keep in mind is this is a district that's still a fiscal distress district. And with the influx of federal funds because of COVID, I'm just kind of issuing a cautionary statement that when you have that much money coming in, it can mask what the underlying issues that come about with declining enrollment, with all the challenges there. So I want you as our board members to understand we have not lost focus of the reason that you all made the decision you made 3-4 years ago regarding the district. So there is still a fiscal component that we must be addressing, and we're continuing to address that. And that comes into play when you hear the desire for more extracurricular activities, desire for better facilities for athletics or extracurriculars, even things like adding CTE offerings beyond the definition of adequacy, anything beyond what is currently meeting the minimum standards. So the effort is to, as we have always done, when we started with some of you here, it was Pulaski County School District fiscal distress, getting them with the pieces in place and the foundation in place so that they could move forward successfully. All right, that's happened. All right, we have not had to go back and deal with fiscal distress with that district. With Lee County, we earlier in the report you saw success indicators. They have made great progress. With Dollarway, we have said over and over again, my biggest regret from COVID is the fact that at that point where we had seen real movement in the buildings of Dollarway with respect to academic improvement was the year that we couldn't have the assessment because it was spring of 2020. And did we have a setback? Absolutely, we had a setback. But I say that just to say that the foundational issues are still, they must be the focus. And level 5, the multiple factors there, the fiscal distress factors, that those are still areas that must be a concern. So as we're developing these proposals, as we're developing plans, or even the thoughts of bringing to you a gradual release or some type of appointed or limited authority board, those components are still a primary focus. Academics, fiscal. If you don't have those two systems, and obviously facilities tie into that, if you don't have those systems with a good foundation, we would turn a district back to a local community where I would not feel comfortable saying we've completed the work. And I would just point out, COVID in many ways has it's exacerbated the problem, and then the federal funding is kind of making it easy to overlook some of those problems. We're looking beyond that veneer to make sure that the problems are addressed systemically as we move forward. And I agree, confidence in Ms. Warren and the work that she's doing. hopefully we'll have less turnover in leaders going into next year. Y'all remember how critical it was when Little Rock got some stability in its leadership, and what a difference that made. That's critical, and it's the same here. So consistency in leadership will go a long way toward creating that foundation that I know you all expect us to have before we bring you back the next steps. So, and I'll stop there and see if y'all have any questions.
Any questions or comments over here? None? Ms. Post.
In reflecting on what I've learned about high reliability schools and just that level 1, a safe and supportive culture, I know in Fort Smith there's an initiative right now with Capturing Kids' Hearts, which I didn't know was kind of born out of an ALE type program, but I just wondered what the district is doing, if there is anything specific in place, like a program, or what teachers are doing. It seemed like a lot of the conversation with safety was like on a grander scale, like in between classes. I'm wondering what's happening like in the actual classrooms. If students, once they're in class, do they feel safe and supported? Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and hello everybody.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Stacy Smith. Yes, I'll share something about one of the programs we put in place this year. You saw that tied to safety. We have a few commissioned officers in place, and one of them coordinates a program called the OK program. And I think it's something that Dr. Hill would be really familiar with. And we've recently, January, that officer became trained and started working with what are called teammates and mentors, and pulled together students who, and this is targeted toward young men, and to support them in middle school and to help them avoid some of the risky behaviors and challenges that sometimes they run into. But it's an example of how everybody's working to help recruit and support, and how the community is falling in line to support as well. I mean, we've had many, many mentors who have come to pass. There was a few weeks ago a skating rink activity on the weekend where we had, probably 150 little boys who were there, but not alone, with mentors and other men who were pouring into their hearts and minds. I've heard of Capturing Hearts and Capturing Kids' Hearts, and I've heard some super things. When students are in the classroom, we do have at our secondary schools, at Jack Roby and at Pine Bluff High, we do have cameras in those classrooms, and students, I would say, feel safe in the classroom. Transition times are when we have some challenges, because you are dealing with the openness, and some children spoke directly about after school and getting home and transitioning time. We do need to invest in, and our social workers are connecting some dots for us, and they have been such a blessing, such a benefit. We don't just have your counselors who are in place, but our social workers, many of which are licensed clinical social workers who can support by counseling and connecting social dots for us. But we are investing soon and looking at some different curricular pieces related to social emotional learning. And so we're shopping around and moving forward. But I would say that level 1 HRS very first correlate of what has to be in place for teaching and learning, and of course retention and recruitment to be in place, is something that we're working very hard to have in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Smith or Ms. Warren? I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Smith and Ms. Warren, for what you're doing, but also thank you for an honest evaluation to know exactly where we're at. Sometimes the truth is hard to hear. It's not exactly what we want to hear, but that's what gets us going in the right direction. And I feel like that we're moving. It's not going to happen overnight. We already know that, but we're moving in the right direction.
Say it again.
We're moving in the right direction, and it won't happen overnight, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there because the stakes are too high. We have to. It's those babies, and we're not just talking about, making sure, we want well-educated young men and women, but we want safety also. We want them to be there at graduation and not be an empty chair. And so we've got to do what it takes to get there. And so we appreciate your efforts. We appreciate your team, all that y'all are doing, and you know, whatever you need from us, we'll, you know, just let us know. We'll be there. Anything else on that? Are you going to do anything on the Little Rock quarterly report? Just what was there. Did anyone have a question on Little Rock that you wanted to add? Okay. All right.
And will that be the last?
They'll have one more in the summer, and that'll be it.
Okay, so you got one more level 4 update for Little Rock coming, and then that will be
They're
the
done.
last.
Okay.
Yep.
See, progress, you know, just think about where we came from and where we did, and it didn't happen overnight. It took a lot of hard work, but we got there.
They have stuck with their plan.
Yes.
And that's one of those things that I think is so pivotal. They have stuck with their literacy. They have stuck with their leads development and getting into classrooms. I mean, they have continued to work on that. So.
Yes, yeah, work the plan. Amen. All right.
Okay, so our last report is from the Digital Learning Unit, and I'm going to intro this while Don and the team are coming. All of you have a cheat sheet there, kind of an update of and they'll go more into detail on that. One of the things that we learned in COVID, even though we've been doing digital learning in Arkansas for like 20 years or more in some form or fashion, when COVID hit, we learned that maybe we weren't as ready as we needed to be. We were more ready than many other states, but we weren't as ready as we thought, you know, we should have been. And that created some opportunities for reflection for Don and evaluating the situation and making some adjustments to our support. And he's got 2 members of that team today that are ready to give you an update on their digital learning plans and answer any other questions you have regarding digital learning. So Don, I'll turn it over.
All right, thank you guys. I'm Don Benton. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Research and Technology. I do want to lead off by saying that I'm an old school business teacher, so the 2 spaces and the 1 space after the period is very touchy for me. I did look it up. MLA and APA both say 1 space is legit now, but if you submit your paper to me, I'm going to give you credit for both. So I'm very fortunate today that I have a good group of members from the Digital Learning Unit here. There are some other members back there too. They don't get to come here very often because they're out in the field working all the time. They're all over the state. We're real lucky that they're here. I promised Commissioner Key that I wouldn't embarrass him or myself today, so I'm going to let you guys hear from the experts rather than hear from me. But we're lucky that we have 8 out of the 10 members either here in person or online. We have a couple of members from some of our schools, our model schools, that we're trying to look at and work on online as well, so you may hear from them. One of the things, or a couple of things to note, is that out of 470,000 plus kids, we had about 20,000 kids who were either fully virtual or hybrid throughout the year. So that's roughly 4%. So when I look at that, and I was looking at some of last year's numbers, of course, that's a lot higher for the kids who want to attend fully virtual because that option was made available through the digital learning program. Well, the ladies I have here, I have Katie Pettinger and Rainbow Bagsby, who are going to tell you more about the work they've been doing and some of the research they're hearing about. And I was thinking about earlier when you were listening to Farmington and listening to John LaFoon and how it felt comfortable to approve those AMI extensions or cut the 178 because you knew they were doing something quality in the AMI environment. And that is the goal, is that when we have to transition from a face-to-face or have a kid who's fully online or hybrid, that there's no interruption or disruption to quality learning. And that's one of the charges that Digital Learning Unit has, is to make sure that there's quality digital learning opportunities being presented to teachers so they can have better tools and equipment when they're going into the classroom. So I'm going to be quiet and get out of their way.
Hello, it's nice to see everybody this afternoon. So we wanted to come speak with you today about the Digital Learning Unit and kind of what we've been doing. And one of the first things that we looked at starting at this school year were the digital learning plans. So I want to just talk to you about the current statuses of those. So these were completed by districts and charters to expedite the waiver process in order to operate a virtual or digital program. And the data shows here the current status of those plans for both districts and charters. There were 49 that did not complete the process to submit their application. 60 of the plans were expired, and most of those were the ones that were only approved for 1 year. There's an error there, it says 11, but there were actually 7 that were asked for additional information or changes to be made to their plans, and 105 of those applications have been reviewed and are approved. The next slide shows you the administration view of LEA Insights. So if you're just the average person, you wouldn't necessarily see all the current statuses. You would see those that have been approved. So these give you the more details about which districts actually are approved, and there's some examples there for you to see that. Moving forward with the digital learning plans, there will be a tiered review process going into the new school year. First, they will be looking at applications that are new and or expired and review those, and the department will provide support for those districts and charters to complete that process. The second tier will be to look at the plans that have been asked to include additional information or make some changes. And then the third round will be to review the remaining plans, which most of those were the multi-year plans, to determine if those are still in place, need revision, or are no longer needed. And that process will be organized from the admin leadership level to conduct those reviews. For our purposes, beginning the year, I went through every single plan, and I looked for information that we thought might be useful to us at the digital learning unit. So I compiled a spreadsheet of all this information. We looked at what curriculum schools were using, what resources and tools, what video conferencing software they plan to use, and their platforms, so that when we were asked to provide any support, we knew what the district had in place to use for their digital learning. We also looked at who would be facilitating the learning. So if it was going to be a district teacher, if they were using a consortium or a co-op, or if it was a contracted teacher provided by an outside entity such as Virtual Arkansas. And then we organized those into elementary and middle and then secondary grade bands so that we could see the different approaches they may have taken for the various grade levels. We also looked at the AMI waivers, and for these are the waivers that schools have in place for their alternative methods of instruction, which are not the same as a virtual program. This is meant to be a temporary solution to minimize loss of instructional time in the event of a school closure. And of those plans, 11 were not completed to submission. There are 94 that are expired, and several of those actually expired this month. 2 with information or changes requested, and then there are currently 160 that have been reviewed and approved. And an interesting statistic that we found was that of all of those AMI plans, there were 97% of schools that had planned to use an online or digital method for delivery of their instruction, and only 3% of the plans stated that they were going to use paper or printable packets for AMI days. So it was nice to see that that the digital learning was continuing even in that alternate method of instruction. So one of the things that we wanted to do today was to highlight some of the virtual programs that are going on throughout the state. So you've already heard about some of their districts today, but we're going to talk specifically about the virtual programs. The first one that we're going to highlight is the K-6 Virtual Academy at the River. It's through the Arkansas River Educational Co-op. Ms. Tammy Manning is the K-6 Virtual Academy principal, and Ms. Kathy Swan is the co-op director, and they are joining us via Zoom. Their program serves 300 students across 29 districts. Their learning is personalized for every student. They have dedicated time every day for synchronous math and literacy instruction. Teachers are participating in weekly PLCs to continue to improve their instruction methods. They have a daily Zoom time scheduled for parents to provide additional support. And when talking with Ms. Manning about the program, she shared with me that at the beginning of the school year, she conducted somewhere around 200 Zooms with parents and students to set up clear expectations for what would be expected from parents as learning coaches, as well as what would be expected for students. And because of that work early on, they've been able to establish a positive classroom culture within their program. And then Ms. Baxby is going to share with you about a couple of others.
Good afternoon. I'm going to highlight 2 other virtual academies. First, I'm going to talk about Siloam Springs Virtual Academy. The director is Adrienne Schlake. She's also with us via Zoom. So the Siloam Springs Virtual Academy has 98 enrolled students across K-12. The primary area of focus based on last year's virtual student data has been on math at all levels. This year, virtual students' growth in math edulastic interim assessments from interim 1 to interim 2 includes a 23% growth in algebra, a 22% growth in 8th grade math, a 42% growth in 6th grade math, and a 19% growth in 4th grade math. Additional areas of data include growth across multiple components of reading, including phonemic awareness, phonics, comprehension, and fluency at the lower levels, coupled overall with movement upwards from in need of support to close and from close to ready. This data reveals more growth for virtual students when compared with their face-to-face peers. Next, I'm going to highlight Don Tyson Virtual Innovation Academy. Highly qualified Springdale School District teachers report daily to the on-site virtual campus. The Virtual Innovation Academy students have full access to the Don Tyson School of Innovation activities, special events, and innovation days on the main school campus. K-5 students have once a week optional access to on-site stream and intervention sessions. 6th through 12th grade students have daily access to the on-site learning lab and one-on-one teacher support at the Virtual Innovation Academy site. Students and families can participate in a variety of optional off-campus cultural and enrichment field experiences throughout Northwest Arkansas. Another project that we're leading in Arkansas is the Homegrown Virtual Academy PLC. The DLU, the Digital Learning Unit, created the Homegrown Virtual Academy PLC to create a collaborative system of support and address needs regarding training and challenges unique to online learning and teaching. Teachers are bridging the gap between the digital content available through their current curriculum and what their students need to succeed virtually. We plan to continue to work closely with learning services to help schools select, create, and utilize high-quality instructional materials for digital learning. On the slide, you can see the structures that are being put in place for that PLC and also topics covered this year. The Digital Learning Unit also provides in-person and direct support to schools. We've done novice teacher trainings regarding how to design and deliver an online lesson. We've worked with the PCSSD-driven Virtual Academy regarding key components of an effective lesson, intervention, and student performance tracking strategies. Support with the Little Rock School District STEM specialists to identify needs, successes, and additional supports also took place.
I was clicking and I wasn't flipping also. So we've identified through this process some targeted needs. One of those is parent home support. We're working with the engagement division regarding training and things that we can provide structures at home for parents. We've looked at training and coaching regarding devices, what online school really looks like, supporting parents as learning coaches of 100% virtual students, and navigating the challenges of having a digital device in the home. Curriculum challenges there are curriculum challenges in regard to understanding that remote emergency teaching is not the same as online learning. helping teachers and administrators understand digital pedagogy in regards to instruction, delivery, and student learning, and identifying quality resources and understanding the use of open educational resources. We would like to aid schools in vetting those resources for quality and creating content and the full scope of copyright considerations, because those are things that have to be addressed. Additionally, helping and training teachers and administrators to understand the elements and design and delivery of content following practices of consistency, quality, and accessibility. We've all been trained in the Quality Matters rubric and are able to identify areas of grows and glows within the digital programs. Well, something that we're excited to share about with you today is what's on the horizon for the Digital Learning Unit. We are working on creating a module digital learning school program. Okay, so we're currently in the early iterations of what we call the Model Digital Learning School program. We began committee meetings in February. And to do this, we created committees of representatives from all parts of Arkansas education. Change the slide. So we're creating a rubric, and what we would like to do is have the rubric define what quality digital learning looks like, so that schools can self-assess from their point A to get to their point B. This is going to help us measure growth in digital learning. The rubric criterion that we've identified so far is measuring equity, access, and safety practices, online, blended, and face-to-face learning experiences and practices, social emotional development and implementation, high reliability school practices, operational practices, professional development practices, and student growth. So we've been slowly working on this program, and we've been presenting it in stages. We presented the idea at the ARC-SD conference for initial feedback and to see what kind of interest there was for such a program out there. We've identified the levels of distinction that we would like to use, and that's exploring, developing, accomplishing, and modeling. Some of our goals as we continue to build this program is to build on the idea of collective and collaborative support and mentorship, to fine-tune the rubric so that it aligns with high reliability schools, professional learning communities, initiatives like School of Innovation, RISE, AWARE, and Guide for Life. Our intention is to embed the learning lens and focus on high quality instructional materials throughout as guided by learning services. We have representation on the committee at large from all aspects of Arkansas education. You can see our representation listed on the slide. So far as we've been working on this early iteration, the first thing everybody asks is, what are the benefits? Why would schools want to do this? So I have a couple of slides that goes over the benefits. Recognition at Summit, presentation to school boards for schools who are in the process and also when they gain that distinction. Wraparound program and practices already in use. Mentorship that will be provided to the schools to achieve the distinction, and also to create an access for those schools to network and receive resources working toward the same goal. Vetting high quality instructional materials as integrated into digital learning practices, financial efficacy, educator efficacy, the ability to identify barriers and challenges to better support digital learning, support in decision-making in regards to digital learning integration, effective programs, and long-term sustainability of practices and programs.
invitations to present at various conferences, the actual distinction logo, badge, and signature line itself, the ability to showcase your school at conference booths, and last but certainly not least, student growth, an improved culture and climate that will come from being efficient.
We just wanted to thank you for letting us come today and share with you about what's going on in the digital learning unit. If you all have any questions for us or for our guests on the Zoom about their programs.
Okay, let's see if we have some questions. Anyone over here? Okay. Dr. Moore?
As far as next year goes, I know we certainly can't predict the future, but do we expect to have just as many schools offering virtual programs to students? What do we think as far as moving
So
forward
when we
looks
talk
like?
about the digital learning program,
Yes.
is that what you're talking about? So we're going to start working on those who plan to continue what they're doing. And when we said expired, really, they're expiring at the end of the fiscal year, so they're not expired yet. But we're going to work with the schools over the next months and seeing who wants to continue, because some schools realize they only have 1 or 2 students when they were expecting 60 or 100. And so allocating the resource to that may not be financially effective. And so they may look at other resources, and that's also part of the leadership that DLU and we in research and technology across the board at all of AD are going to advise schools to think about, is this cost effective? Are there better methods? Do you need to use another organization like Virtual Arkansas or Arkansas River for the K-6 version of that? So we don't know what to anticipate yet until we start digging into that, but we do anticipate that some will want to continue, because there's an Excel spreadsheet. Ivy, did we get that spreadsheet to pull
Yeah,
in?
we got it.
Okay, can y'all see that? Okay, you can see that. So when you look at those numbers, you can see that some of them have substantial numbers on there, and they will probably continue. Some of the ones with maybe the 1 or 2s, I anticipate that some of those may not want to make any changes or continue, but most have 3 years. There's a handful that have 1 year, and I think when we went through all this process, we all agreed that 3 years is kind of the max on this, so that way when they get their feet into this, they may want to continue or back out. So Dr. Moore, to say that we know exactly how many, I don't know, and also it depends on what enrollment looks like for that school that next year. But as I look through those numbers and I see some of them, for example, like Bentonville right there, 613 kids, fully virtual, that gives me a good reason to believe they're going to continue that program because they have a good quality program. As we're working through it with Digital Learning Unit, we want to find those model schools and those schools who are doing it right. So that way, digital learning, whether you get it in Southeast Arkansas or Northwest Arkansas, is good quality instruction. No matter how big or how small your school is, we want to make sure that they're able to give any student, anywhere, anytime, quality digital education that's similar to face-to-face. So, does that answer your question, or did I beat all around that?
No, I mean,
Okay.
yes. Thank you very much. Thank y'all for all the hard work you do.
Any other questions? All right. Ms. Dean, did you have a question? Okay. Secretary Key.
Don, you've got the team members here. Go ahead and introduce members of the digital learning
And
team.
then we have online, I'm still trying to, my glasses are on. I see Gerard is online. I saw earlier Kirsten was online, and there's, who else? Stephen, is he still online? Stephen's there. Right here, I'll let you each walk up and introduce yourself, speak loudly into the microphone.
Good afternoon, y'all. I'm Sherry Kennedy. I support Crowley's Ridge Educational Co-op in Harrisburg. I also provide support for the Northeast Co-op located in Walnut Ridge, but I live in Palestine and I'm proud to be a patriot.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name's Robin Finley. I'm recently Dr. Robin Finley.
Congratulations.
Thank
Yay.
you. But to my grandkids, I'm Dr. Cammie is what I am. So, our coach. I support Guy Finter and Archford Co-op, and this has been my first year on the team, and I absolutely love these people. These are some awesome people.
Good evening, Dexter Miller. My areas of Great Rivers and Southeast Co-op. And I'm from Helena.
Okay.
Which y'all know.
Hello, and I'm Amanda Perry, and I cover the Northwest Arkansas and the Wilbur Mills Cooperative, and I'm just really excited to be here and meet y'all. So thank you for having us.
We'll let the ones online.
Yeah, we can let them unmute.
I see Gerard there. Gerard, do you want to tell them who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm Gerard Newsom. I am here in Archford, actually, and I actually cover the Tri-District area in Little Rock, Pulaski Schools, as well as Dawson Co-op.
All right, I see Kirsten's on there. Go, Kirsten.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Wilson, and I just support wherever I can. Thank you.
All right, Stephen.
Yep, Stephen Walker. I'm about to finish up my 4th year. I still really enjoy it. The State Department's treated me really well. And I also I'm housed at the North Central Education Co-op, and I get to help the OUR Co-op over in Harrison.
Thanks, guys. Any other questions, comments?
Any others?
So we've got several members of the district teams that were highlighted too, so if you have any specific questions for any of them, they're on, and I see Kathy Swan is on too, so don't want to, y'all sat here for a long time waiting on us to get to your part, and I don't want to deny you the opportunity to get to say something, but if you don't want to, then you don't have to.
Okay. Does any of the districts online have something you wanted to share?
We just appreciate the faith that you all had in us and the vote of confidence to give us the approval to innovate like this for year 1. And we invite anyone to class at any time. So if you want to pop into a virtual academy class at the river, you just let us know and we will pop you in from your house or wherever you are.
Well, Ms. Swan, I was not surprised that your program was one of the ones that they chose to highlight as being an example for the rest of the state. So great job. Y'all have done all across the state great work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Key and board, this is Jared Cleveland in Springdale. My camera's not operational. I apologize, but I'd echo Kathy's remarks, and we appreciate all the support that the State Department has provided us along this journey, and we look forward to continuing that journey. I know Dr. Hopper, who runs that for us at Don Tyson School of Innovation Virtual Academy, will probably share those same remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. Anyone else?
Adrian Schlake from the Salem Springs Virtual Academy, and I just want to extend the appreciation for the digital learning unit and the support that they provided our teachers up here in Salem Springs. They've been nothing but exceptionally helpful on every question that we have, including the creation of the PLC, so looking for additional resources that we're looking for and connecting to. So thank you to them, everyone in the audience over there.
Thank you for all of your hard work. All right. Are those the only ones that were on? I think so. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Don. We appreciate all of y'all's hard work and to get a program like this up and running and not just get it up and running, but to have a great program. We, in just a short period of time under difficult circumstances, it's amazing.
Well, it's definitely teamwork, and it's not just this unit. It's across the whole state, across ADE, across all the co-ops. It's teamwork. And I want to say something and reiterate what Commissioner Key said. When I went to other states to see what they were doing in this arena, they were asking us what we were doing.
Yeah.
Because that makes me super proud when I go to a national conference and everyone said, hey, we want to know more about what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so that's a testament to the State Board of Education and all of Arkansas. So thank you.
Great job. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
And to finalize my extra long report today, in addition to states asking, how are we doing what we're doing, I also want to let you all know, if you haven't already seen it, the district administration magazine that comes out, I think, monthly, listed or rated the states where the schools were most successful at remaining open during COVID. Arkansas ranked number 2 behind Wyoming.
Wow.
And there are more, I don't know, they don't have very many kids in Wyoming. They're very spread out. So maybe that's something to do with it. But
they could keep their 6-foot distance.
That's right. Social distancing a lot easier. So, but we were number 2. Some of the states we ranked ahead of that get a lot more press than we do was Florida, Texas. I always love being ahead of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And so just kind of an example of the dedication. And it's not it's not here, it's not us. I mean, obviously, you know, we supported districts, but district administrators, educators, I mean, they're the ones that made it happen. So this is recognition of the enormous effort that they put forward to make sure that we were offering in-person instruction for as many kids as wanted to be there. And then you had this team providing the support for digital instruction so that whatever our kids needed, it was being offered to them in the state of Arkansas. So I conclude my report with that little bit of good news.
That's great news. All right. Ms. Freenow, are there any public comments? All right. So, Mr. Sutton, would you like to make a motion to adjourn?
Nobody's second.
I want to go back over some of these reports. We can do that later, but I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right. Mr. Sutton has made a motion, and I bet there's a second somewhere.
Second.
All right. A second from Dr. Moore. All in favor? All right. We are adjourned. Thank y'all for staying with us for a long day. We appreciate you very, very much.